Steelers will close out their regular season, where the Steelers still have a shot at a postseason berth. As is the case all over football, tributes, good wishes, words of joy continue to pour in. The two teams here today met on the field just a few minutes ago and showed their devotion to what's going on now. Everybody, welcome to Pittsburgh. Greg Gumbel, along with Adam Archuleta, A.J. Ross in just a moment. The mood in football and everywhere else, for that matter, so good, especially compared with the start of the week, the way this thing happened, and just due to the good news coming out of Cincinnati and the hospital there on the story of the line.
Well, you're right. This has been a really hard, emotional week, and I know that I was deeply affected by what happened on Monday night. And because of all the uncertainty, Greg, it was hard to lock in and focus and get ready for this week's game. So I'm sure the players and the coaches around the NFL felt the same way. But because of that news that you got, that DeMar Hamlin was awake. He was communicating with his friends, family, and teammates. That he was smiling. It's just enormous. And because of that news, it makes it a lot easier to get ready to play in this game.
Uplifting, I think, is the perfect word for what. Let's get down to A.J. Ross. A.J.
Great, the love for DeMar Hamlin runs deep here in Pittsburgh, where he grew up about 10 minutes away from this stadium in McKees Rocks. During pregame warm-ups, coaches and players across the league wore Love for DeMar 3 t-shirts, symbolizing their unified support for the Bills' safety. DeMar played football at Central Catholic High School before he decided to play at Pitt right here on this field because he wanted to get closer to his family and be a role model for his younger brother. It was at Pitt that he became teammates with Steelers quarterback Kenny Pickett, and Kenny told me watching DeMar with his younger brother at practice and getting to know that family were some of his favorite memories. Coach Mike Tomlin also has a close relationship with DeMar going back to when he was just 12 years old. He has a lot of pride and respect for how he made it to the NFL, his incredible journey. And speaking of journeys, the Steelers' journey to the playoffs could possibly continue today if they get a win over the Browns and have a sense of urgency, which Tomlin told me he's been instilling in this team all year, guys.
Yeah, A.J., thank you very much. To the business at hand. The Steelers have no chance at a playoff berth. The Pittsburgh Steelers do if they win here today, and if the Bills beat New England, and if the Jets beat the Miami Dolphins.
Well, it's really amazing. If you just go back in time 8 weeks ago, it really wasn't looking good for the Pittsburgh Steelers. But you see the turnaround and how they've been able to play after the bye. The offense has really jumped. Total yards, scoring. With the return of T.J. Watt, the defense is playing better. That's been because of a commitment to the run game. Really getting Najee Harris to play his best. He's coming off his best game of the season. 22 carries, 111 yards, and then the game-winning reception. Because of that run game, Greg, you've seen the growth and development of Kenny Pickett, who has grown tremendously. You look at what he's done in the last 2 games, both game-winning drives, coming alive when he needed it the most. He's really starting to earn a lot of respect from the players in that locker room, and they believe they can go out there, win, and get to the playoffs.
Now, it has been something of a turnaround for this Cleveland Browns team. It lost 3 of its first 10 games, and now sits just 2 games below 500.
Well, it's been a really kind of a unique season for the Cleveland Browns, and they really haven't had any consistency. Deshaun Watson now gets a chance to start his 6th game. It's been up and down, but you look at a tough first half last week. He responded in the second half. And Nick Chubb, as consistent as it gets, he will be the focal point today.
Too often there isn't much to celebrate. Not so with the DeMar Hamlin story. We'll do that all day long today. And we'll continue here on CBS after this message. Everyone from your local station.
NFL Plus is your game on the Go Touchdown. And now get it all for $12.99 for the rest of the season. NFL Plus. Sign up today.
Live Sunday, February 5th on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Crystal, you need a new car. Call that 9. Quick, quick.
Hello, Megan. I just got a message that you were looking for a new car. We are world-class doctors, nurses, and caregivers. Your neighbors.
It's an unprecedented time for all hospitals. Staffing shortage is a real challenge.
But we're committed to providing outstanding care. And there's nothing we value more
And your trust. With your support.
taking care of business every day. Hopefully that's what the black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers do today to end the regular season, in which today's game against the Browns very well could be the final game of the year, depending on what else happens. But win against Cleveland, the Steelers will have another winning season. Win and help, as we'll be watching both the Jets-Dolphins and Patriots-Bills games as well. That's where the help needs to come from, down in South Beach and upstate Western New York in Orchard Park. But the Steelers still have to win, first off. So take care of business. Win. It's a winning season. Coulda, woulda, shoulda been back earlier this season if you don't get in the playoffs. But if you win, get the help from two AFC East teams who they both lost to earlier this year, and the Jets and the Bills. Pittsburgh will then also be in the playoffs, which will begin next week. So we'll see what happens. Pittsburgh at home against a divisional opponent. They're lost to on the road this year, I might add, in a one-score game, which had a bad beat late. But that's neither here nor there. But as they've won on the road against the other two divisional opponents in the Bengals and Ravens last week, they haven't won at home in the AFC North this year. They lost at home right before Thanksgiving to the Bengals, and also lost at home a month ago to the Ravens, who they beat last week, another one-score game. That's the thing. As Cleveland season's over with, Sean Watson at quarterback. Pittsburgh coming off 3 straight wins. Won 6 of 8 since the bye. Look like a totally different team, to say the least, because of the running game, which, thank God, that has finally emerged, and the defense is still at times playing stout, making stops when needed, but expect a close one-score game here today again, to say the least. As we're live in the Steel City, Heinz Field, some call it Acrisure Stadium now, but we'll have a national anthem as I'll shut up and we'll honor the United States of America. Let's play ball. As the NFL this past week was dealt a situation with what happened Monday night, early during Monday Night Football, with the Bills and Bengals. Thoughts and prayers continue to Damar Hamlin. We'll get to that situation a little bit later on. as he's originally from Pittsburgh, played at Pitt. And as a Penn State fan myself, we are, but H2P for number 3. So around the league this week 18 for the second consecutive year. Normally this is when the playoffs would be beginning, but expanded regular season, 18 weeks, 17 games, 2 teams, 16 games, that situation as well. But yeah, we'll see what happens today in this game and the other games. Yeah, I've been emotional at times. From a Rose Bowl win to that happening a half hour later, and the days that I've followed now since passed. But the show goes on. So, yeah, Pittsburgh have won 3 straight. They've also won 6 of 8 since the bye week. 2 losses were at home to divisional opponents, Bengals and Ravens, in 1-score games. They lost at Cleveland earlier on Thursday night, late September, 1-score game. It's been the name gist of the season for the black and gold. Down to the wire. Something's got to give, but just find a way to win this game. That's all I ask. If you get the help, you get the help. If you don't, then you don't, and it's back to coulda, woulda, shoulda. You know, losing the 1-score games earlier this year, and then the season's over with. You don't make the playoffs, but you still get a winning record. So, as I said, take care of business. Win. It's a winning season. You take care of business, winning season, plus you get help from both the Jets against the Dolphins and the Bills against the Patriots, as Pittsburgh needs to win along with the Jets and Bills to also win. You're in the playoffs, and at that point, that begin next week. So we'll see what happens. In the meantime, we're underway. Boswell kicks off right to left, muffed on the return by the Browns inside the 10, and they'll bring him down about the 23-yard line. So he does get out to a decent return after that miscue to begin the game. But Steelers' first home game since they retired Franco's 32 on Christmas Eve night. End zones remain the same. The old school yellow background, black lettering for the Steelers, and the AFC and Steelers logos in the corners, with the Steeler logo, of course, in midfield as well. And first and 10, Cleveland from the 24. Deshaun Watson, quarterback, of course, former Texan, who was traded this past offseason, suspended for 11 games, returned right after Thanksgiving, early December. He dumps off to Nick Chubb, who they're going to have to stop today. He gets 20 yards on that catch and run and a big first down for the Browns to begin the game. Spillane on the tackle. But hasn't gone to par with Watson at quarterback the past month, as the Browns would have, of course, liked it to, because they were, you know, until he started, sort of still in it, and then it's gone downhill since. He dumps off again to Chubb. Building blocks, I get that much, but they have second and medium now. But yeah, we'll see what happens here. Okay, the Bills just returned the opening kickoff, and they're up 7-0 already. That's a good sign. Of course, Jets on defense here to begin as well. Watson, first down Cleveland. But Pittsburgh's going to have to stop the run today. Plain and simple. Hands to the face on the offense. 10 yards, they'll replay it down, be second and long. But they're also going to have to be able to run the football offensively. And that's even with one-score wins. Hey, at the end of the day, a win's a win. That's all that matters. They found a way to win these close games, and it's because of the running game and defense making stops. Turnovers, especially late in the fourth quarter, I think, are going to be a difference or two. But they're going to have to stop the run. Something they couldn't do against the Browns earlier this year. Something they, haven't been able to do against numerous teams this year, to say the least. But third down and officially 9, they say, for the Brownies. So they get the penalty yardage back, but still got a third down and long. But the Steelers have a lot to play for today. Win, it's a winning record. That streak continues. Of course, you lose. It's first losing season since 2003. 19 seasons into 20 years now. Empty set. And Watson all day to throw. Rolls out. It's tipped. And then it falls incomplete. So fourth down, they'll punt. All right. As Watson and Tomlin have a handshake. Of course, he was rolling out near side towards the Steelers sideline and was already there. And then they have respect for each other. I mean, there was at times it's like, okay, what are the Steelers going to do at quarterback? Before they signed Trubisky and drafted Pickett, who we'll see here momentarily after this punt. And Pittsburgh going to field it on the run at the 20. Sims to the 33. First and 10 for Kenny Pickett and the black and gold Steeler offense. 12:28 to play in the first quarter when we return. So, run the football. Plain and simple. Najee Harris, Jalen Warren. Check down to Pat Freiermuth, the tight end, but no doubt about it, got to give Deontay Johnson and George Pickens some chances to go get it. Sims has played well at receiver as well. Just nothing stupid. No penalties, no turnovers. The offensive line this year hasn't looked that bad. From 2-6 to 6-2 before and after the bye to an 8-8 record right now with one game to play. That's the thing. You win, it's a winning record. You lose, it's a losing season. If you win, you have the winning record. And if you win and get the help, you're in the playoffs, which who would have thought that back around Halloween? Let alone Thanksgiving for that matter. Christmas a couple weeks ago, I mean, they're not red hot, as I've stated recently, but they're just now finding ways to win these close games when earlier in the season, they weren't able to. So as I said, we'll see what happens today, but Steeler defense makes Cleveland punt. The first attempt, Pittsburgh from 33. A couple minutes in the game here when we return. But keep an eyes on both the Jets, Dolphins, and Bills, Patriots games as well. So we'll continue to update there. There's not a lot going on other than, as mentioned, 0-0 here, 0-0 in South Beach, and then the Bills return the opening kick for the touchdown. So 7-0 Buffalo. And that's a clear, obvious false start. But, we'll get back from break here. We'll see what Pittsburgh does offensively, and we'll go from there. But just overall, nothing stupid. Don't shoot yourselves in the foot today. Buffalo's going to be playing for 3. The Jets, I mean, their season's over with as well. What do they have to play for? But the Dolphins have a lot to play for, so the Jets can screw them over. Because there's one spot open in the AFC and one spot open in the NFC. And there's a total of 6 teams vying for the 2 spots. So everything else playoff-wise in the AFC and NFC, is set with who's in. Just don't know the official seating. We'll know more later tonight. Depends on what happens today. But so I play a game. Side on paper, side on field. Side on paper, we'd all have our favorite team in the playoffs and winning the Super Bowl every single year. But Pittsburgh gets 7 on the opening play. 2nd and 3 at the 40. Sims in motion, and they'll hand off to Naj, and he gets a first down run out past midfield, and actually brought down right at midfield as he got upended, and hey, it's first down. They'll move the sticks. And here's the update of the Bill kickoff return for a touchdown. The opening kick to begin the game. 96 yards to pay dirt for 6. Make it 7. And hot start in the cold. As the sun's shining in the Steel City. Zach Gentry now in motion. And they'll run again. Najee Harris. And he'll get 5, 6... oh, maybe even 7 yards there. Be second and manageable, Don't put the pressure on yourself today. Pressure on them. Run to pass. I mean, why not open up some play action here? Maybe go deep. Take a shot early. Get a spark. Of course, just don't turn it over. Don't be stupid, as Shania would say. But 2nd and 4, they say at the 45. And they'll run it again. Jalen Warren this time bulldozing his way forward. And that was 3rd and a yard. So they draw up here as the Jet defense is going to get off the field. Turnover on downs. And as they're tied at 0, they're getting the ball for the first time today. And as Steelers got to root for a former Raven, who, of course, played at Pitt before he transferred to Delaware, but Joe Flacco backing up in NYC, starting today. 3rd and a yard for the Steelers. Oh, what a play call. What a play call. Connor Hayward on the run. Of course, Cam's little brother, rookie out of Michigan State. Motion from Derek Watt. They'll sort of fake the give. And then as he pulled, they handed off to him, sort of on a counter. And, hey, he got a first down. So that's all that matters. Move the sticks and keep the drive alive. And Pickett, 1st and 10, looking to throw. Rolls out, complete. And then, oh, my God, brick hands. Catch the fucking football, Deontay Johnson. Jesus Christ. Was extended this past offseason. He has 84 catches this year, which is 2nd all time. Will have the record with 2 catches a day, but does not have a receiving touchdown at all this season. So $18 million for the 18 games, 84 catches and no touchdowns. Has yardage, but he's still making, not necessarily overall bad plays. He's just, it's more bad than good at times, yes, I'll say that, but just it's not shaping up to be, as they lose some yards there. 3rd and 13, empty set, movement, free shot, and Pickens incomplete at the goal line. So they'll replay the down, be 3rd and 8. But just not up to par with, how they, of course, thought it'd be as number 1 receiver for DJ. But yeah, Cleveland jumps off sides. They throw the flag. So 3rd and 8. 8:28 to play in the first here. As Pittsburgh inactive-wise today, as they bring up Jack Conklin and Clowney, sort of being held hostage, if you will. In Cleveland, Pickett looking to throw on 3rd and 8. And complete first down, Deontay Johnson inside the 20. So prove me wrong, inside the 10 and down at the 2. Just short of his first touchdown of the season, but now they got a 1st and goal. So, hey, forget everything I just said, but it's just at times, man, he needs to step up, and he does there. So give him credit. But that's on Pickett right there, just making a play. And then Johnson got open, he found him, broke a couple tackles, and almost got in. Now you got to punch it in for 6 with a score. Run it. Pickett under center, 1st and goal, 5 seconds on the play clock. And he got a timeout. Yeah, timeout Browns. Making sure they're set. As Pittsburgh honestly didn't look like they knew what they were doing. Pickett audibled and Watt went in motion. It didn't look like they were going to give it to him. It looked like it was going to be a simple give to Naj and to still punch it in and then make him waste that time out there. No, but inactive-wise, Pittsburgh's out with Trey Norwood and Malik Reed on defense. And that's basically it today. Noteworthy at least. As once again, they've signed some guys recently, but they still haven't played, so I'm not even going to go there. And will they play this year at this point? Probably not. They still hand off to Naj up the middle. Push forward, touchdown Steelers. No, they're going to say he's down at the half-yard line. That ball's across the goal line, so to speak, but was his knee down? We'll have to see a replay. Najee says touchdown. Here's a shot from the side. That's a touchdown. That's a touchdown. They sneak it up the middle, and he's stuffed. No, didn't get in, so they'll have a 3rd and goal now from the inch line. God damn. I mean, at the same point in time, I get you probably don't want to challenge it. You don't want to have it, stand as called, lose a challenge, lose a timeout, here early, when you're still probably going to hopefully punch it in. But then if you don't, you settle for 3, and then that point differential late, is the difference. Was the right knee down, though? You can't see that. They said he was down. The left knee was never down. Ball's in the end zone. That's a touchdown. But they don't look at it. They rolled him down. 3rd and goal now after a sneak got nowhere. So under center again is Pickett. Why don't you roll out and throw to a tight end potentially? They'll run and get up the middle. Najee fumbles. God damn it. The Browns fucking recovered the 5-yard line. Son of a fucking bitch. You gotta be kidding me. I mean, I don't mind running it again, but they just knocked it loose as he went over the pile. Can we see a, side shot, side angle of that if the ball was in the end zone before it was punched out? Because if so, that's a touchdown. They go to break, fumble, be 1st and 10 Browns at the 5. So talk about a change of events. God damn it. That's frustrating right there. That's points left off the board. Especially on 3rd and goal. You still don't punch it in. Maybe you go for it. Maybe you don't. You settle for 3 and take the points. But so close, but yet so far away. And now the Browns have to go ways. They'll get the ball back here, but maybe the defense steps up and makes a stop. Safety, maybe pressure into a turnover on interception of some sorts. Defensively, it's TJ Watt's defense, but overall, it's TJ's team. as it's been a year now since Ben retired. But, Cam Hayward in the middle and Minka Fitzpatrick in the back end, and still need these middle backers to step up, no doubt about it. But, Larry Obi-Wan Kenobi, Ogunjobi, DeMarvin Leal, Splain's playing good again. This pressure, okay? Watson has the weapons to throw to. He can make plays. I mean, national championship winning quarterback in college, at Clemson, back to wearing orange in the NFL, as he very well could have been wearing orange elsewhere. But they have a running game, okay? And, the Browns' biggest downfall since they returned to the league is quarterback. And they thought they had one in Baker Mayfield. Turned out they didn't. Got rid of him after they got Watson. Of course, Mayfield ain't even where he got sent to. He's now in L.A. with the Rams. And we'll see where he is next year. But that's neither here nor there as they show off the city. Be 1st and 10 Browns with a 5 after the fumble. So, god damn, man. But they'll hand off. Chubb hits the hole out past the 10, 15, first down run just like that to the 17-yard line on a 12-yard run. So, breathing room, and you got to stop the run, man. The question is, was his right knee ever down? Because it might have been right there. But his left knee wasn't down. And then, yeah, that's a touchdown. That's a fucking touchdown. Is what it is. You just got to make a stop now on defense. Move on. Forget about it. But, if they score on this, and then, late 3-7 points is the difference, and we'll go back to that. And then we'll see. I mean, it's a game of inches. It is. Just like that, you said big change of events, but no, he was never in before that ball got popped out anyway, on going over the top. But it's a fucking hold, thank you. It's coming back. Pass is caught by Njoku, but be half the distance. It's a fucking hold on the left tackle. Jesus Christ. Right in front of the ref, and then he finally threw the flag. And now they say ineligible man downfield, too. Take the hold. Take the fucking hold. Be half the distance. So they got a first down run, but then they got a yard, 2nd and 9, and then that happened. Yeah. Roll Tide backwards. They said ineligible man downfield. That's declined. And then a hold on 71. Half the distance, they'll replay down. So 2nd and a mile. Yeah, Holden Highsmith. He pump fake, rolled around. The cameraman was all out of sorts. And then they finally throw the hold. And Watson hit him for a first down, but it's coming back. So 2nd and 17 back at the 8. Come on, feed off this. Make a stop. And Watson looking to throw. Far side, caught, and they'll have a 3rd and short. But as Minka and James Pierre, good to see him back as well on the stop. Big 3rd and short here. Big 3rd down overall for the Steeler defense. Get the ball off the field, get the ball back, good field position again, and drive and hope to score this time. Unlike he just didn't do because he turned it over. But like I said, that is what it is for the time being. Just got to get the hell off the field. But Watson 3rd and 2, going to hand off. And Hunt. Nope. No. 4th and inches. Thank you. That's a good spot coming in from the near side. He did not get that. We'll see if Cleveland goes for it. No. Defense makes a stop, and the punt unit comes out. Watch a fake. Watch for a fake punt. No, but yeah, with Watson at quarterback now for the Browns, of course suspended. Brissett played, a good portion of the year. Watson returns. But guess what? The Browns still suck. So I'll leave it at that. Pittsburgh returns it from about the 20 again. And all right, they'll start about the 29, 30-yard line as they did the last drive. So they were able to drive, pick up a couple first downs before, of course, got to the goal line and turned it over. So we're still deadlocked at 0. Trouble with the snap. And I think Pittsburgh, if they can find a way to win this game, as I was saying, take care of business, they might be all right in good company with how the Dolphins are playing, with another backup quarterback. Just can the Jets, find a way to win that game, though? That's the thing. Because Buffalo's up on New England still. But, it's a 6-minute game. Goes to overtime in any of these 3. We'll see. But, first off, just find a way to win. Take care of your own business. And then ask for the help. If they get it, they get it. If they don't, well, they don't. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, back to the one-score close losses they had earlier this year, but more so than not, the home losses against the Patriots and the Jets, because they need New England to lose. Even the Dolphin loss on the road on Sunday Football. But just overall, up against the whole entire AFC East, they got swept by them, and then they swept the whole entire NFC South. That was then. This is now. Look like a totally different team since the bye week, which was early November. 2-6, 6-2, sit at 8-8. Need a win and help to make the playoffs. But I go back to the Patriot game. Early. Remember, it was a safety, but they said touchback. And then New England drove and kicked the field goal early, and then they win by 3. And then the Steelers against the Jets couldn't stop the run. But play calling wise, they shouldn't have been throwing offensively when they were. They should have been running the ball themselves too, but then defensively they couldn't stop their run. So then they lose that game. Couldn't catch a cold in the heat. Picking off Tua. I mean, they had numerous chances to win that game. And they lost those 3 games, 1 by 3, 1 by 4, and 1 by 6. So Pickett, 1st and 10, rolls out, and it's caught. Deontay Johnson again, and then of course he fucking fumbles it. God damn it. And Cleveland recovers. The question is it a catch and a fumble, or is it incomplete? As Pickett's come across the middle to Johnson now a couple times here early, and Pittsburgh's just shooting themselves in the foot now. And now the Browns have good field. And we'll see if they can capitalize. Hopefully they don't. That's close. He caught it. Yeah, that's a fumble. He took a couple steps. I don't know if he had control, let alone he had possession. They're going to review it. All right. This might work out in their favor. It might be incomplete because he caught it but was bobbling it the whole way until it got punched out. On the field, though, it's a catch and a fumble. Cleveland Brown football 1st and 10 with good field position, so they have to find indisputed evidence to return it. Will they have that? It's going to be close. This could go either way. I'm not going to be surprised if it stands as called, 1st and 10 Browns, let alone I'm not going to be surprised if it's overturned, it's incomplete, and it's 2nd and 10 then for the Steelers. So we'll see what they call it as when we return. But in the meantime, from 1st and 10 Steelers, it's now 1st and 10 Browns because of another Steeler turnover. So back to relying on this damn defense way too damn much. But what's new? But yeah, back to those one-score losses. Talk more about those, than the one-score wins. Even though it should be the other way around, you should be celebrating the wins. But you remember those close losses, especially in a situation like this, more than you should, need to, or want to. But yeah, 3, 4, and 6, so combined of 13 points. Divide that by 3. It's still a one-score game, less than touchdown, about a field goal or so, give or take. But from losing the one-score games, once again, they found ways to win the one-score games late. Sometimes a little too close, no doubt about it. So until today in this game, we get things rolling, it's just going to be the way it is. Pittsburgh shooting themselves in the foot, turnovers. At least defense making stops. It's not like they're, giving up points off turnovers just yet. Knock on wood, hopefully they don't either. So we're still deadlocked. And the call's overturned, so it's incomplete. And it's still Pittsburgh Steelers football, and it's 2nd and 10. So he caught it right there, but then it's in his left arm. Yeah, he never had control. So, incomplete, 2nd and 10. They run an end around to Sims' far side. And he'll get a first down and out past the 40 to 45. First down Steelers. So there's an explosive play. Keep running it. They were able to run it pretty damn good there on the opening drive. Marching downfield and now starting similar field position. We'll see if they can do it again. This time, score rather than turn it over again. Cost them for a second. The defense makes a stop, so nothing there. They luck out with that, whether it was a catch and a fumble or an incomplete, they overturned it incomplete, and then the first down run, 1st and 10. But you got to take a shot, man. You got to start airing it out a little bit more. Pick it. He's going to get sacked. So, of course, Myles Garrett still known for beating Mason Rudolph over the head of his own helmet. Got illegal contact on the Brown defense, so the sack's going to be negated. 5 yards, automatic first down. That's a big penalty. Huge penalty, to say the least, because, it'd be 2nd and about 20 on the sack as they give us another update. And we might have a coin flip later, depending on what happens today as well. But we'll update stats and scores at halftime as we always do. But 0-0 here with the Browns and Steelers. There's a coin flip celebration. But, yeah, 0-0 Browns, Steelers, 0-0 Jets, Dolphins. The Patriots just tied it at 7 against the Bills, and then the Bengals are up 10-0 on the Ravens. And I can understand why the Bengals are pissed off. They won the AFC North technically, even though last Monday night's game was postponed, then canceled against the Bills with what happened with 5:58 to play in the first quarter on the Damar Hamlin tackle on T. Higgins. But, when you win the division, you get a home playoff game. So, depending on what happens today, we might see a coin flip, and then they might have a rematch next week in the playoffs in the wild card round. But we'll see. All just depends on what happens. Hypothetical this way, hypothetical that way. Let's just let these games play out, and then we'll talk, okay? But the pass incomplete. Time for Freiermuth. Yes, they got an automatic first down after the sack because of the penalty on defense, but then a 2nd and 8, that pass incomplete, so make it 3rd and 8. And right around midfield of the 48-yard line. And Pickett, step up, throw down the middle, incomplete. Intended for Deontay Johnson, so they'll punt the first time of the day. Remember, Pickett didn't play against the Browns earlier this season. That was the last start, final road start for Trubisky. Because then Pickett came in a week later in the second half against the Jets, and then go back to that game once again. Well, they couldn't stop the run, but then play calling wise, even with a lead, they weren't running the ball themselves, and then turnovers cost them, and then they lost. Fair catch signal 4, but then they're going to let it roll, and Pittsburgh's going to down about the 6-yard line. So, 1st and 10 Browns from there. So, not necessarily, good field position for them again, but, they were been able to get some first downs here early and get the ball back once again. Steeler defense going to have to make a stop, but 44 seconds to play in the quarter. But yeah, just it's just going to be the way it is. I mean, honestly, at this point, first 10, maybe 13 points going to win the damn game. So, leave it at that. 1st and 10 Browns with a 6, but yeah, 0-0 here, 0-0 in one of the other games we're watching, and then 7-7 as mentioned as well. So, tied across the board, but not a lot of scoring right now around the league. And Donovan Peoples-Jones, first down reception for Cleveland. God damn it, man. Just like that. One big explosive play, and now they're on their heels. How the hell does he get that wide open? Just like that, from the 6-yard line to the 44-yard line. A 38-yard completion. 1st and 10 Browns. Son of a bitch. Make a stop. Empty set. Watson looking if they're going to step up. They'll bring him down in the sack. And Hayward along with TJ Watt. As him and his brother Derek showed up to today's game, and their older brother JJ's jersey he's seemingly going to be retiring. But now, at the end of the first quarter, we're still tied at 0 with the Browns and Steelers. So, as always, surprised it's taken me this long to say it, but thanks for tuning in and watching. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke96, so be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below, thumbs up button, share hashtag NFL, hashtag Browns, hashtag Steelers. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well. So, yeah, the NFL this past week, as we were watching live here on YouTube Monday night, of course, Penn State's Rose Bowl win against Utah, and then leading into Monday Night Football, I was recapping the game and noticed, okay, and thinking to myself, like, something's up, because this game 1 just started. They can't be halftime already, so why the hell are they back in the studio? And then they, of course, take us back to the field, and there's somebody down, and then they bring the stretcher out, then they bring the ambulance out, and scary situation, to say the least. The NFL was put in a position that nobody, as a human, let alone organization, ever wants to be in. Still next man up mentality, though, because for any ordinary person, something like that happens on the job or just in real life, there's always somebody next in line to, take your spot. That's just life, and life sucks. But hopefully DeMar Hamlin's doing well. But yeah, at first, honestly, didn't know what happened. And then they tell us that they were giving him CPR on the field. And then they, took him by ambulance to the hospital, gave him CPR again, as he suffered cardiac arrest at the young age of 24. And, phenomenal shape as an athlete. But you just don't see shit like that happen in sports. You don't. Yeah, it happens in real life. Every second of every minute of every hour of every day of every week of every month of every year. It's a cycle of life. But as I stated then, it's like, do they think he's dead? Like, why are they giving him CPR? Because even with that, okay, he's down, it's an injury, they're checking in on him. And Pittsburgh, in the meantime, to begin the second quarter, makes a stop, so they'll get the ball back. As they finally, they have the bottom ticker rolling with scores, but giving us score updates now in the top left-hand corner as well, as they're doing in the other two games that we're watching that we need help from, of course, but still got to take care of business first off yourself and then ask for help. So I said, if you win, get the help. Don't get the help, well, we'll see what happens. But yeah, just a overall scary situation Monday night. Because, any injury, as I've always stated, you hate to see anybody get hurt for that matter. You do. Because if you've been through it yourself, you got to, of course, push through the pain, but there's always a fine line of the threshold of how much you can take. And as we check in these other games, the Dolphins' struggles continue. They've lost 5 straight. Now they're having issues with the headsets. Nobody can hear a damn thing that's being said. So hopefully the Jets can, take advantage. They're still tied at 0 as we are here with Cleveland and Pittsburgh as well. I'm tied at 7 with the Patriots and Bills as well. But just take care of business. If you get the help, you get the help. If you don't, you don't. Coulda, woulda, shoulda done earlier this season once again. But we'll see what happens. I'll leave it at that. I know I'll probably say it again, but I'll leave it at that for the time being. But yeah, you just hate to see anybody get hurt. And what honestly could the NFL have done? They at a time had temporarily suspended the game. Then about an hour or so later, then they suspended it. And then they officially postponed it. And then in the days afterward, they officially canceled the game between the Bills and Bengals, as it was 7-3 Cincy with 5:58 to play. And the thing about it was, as I stated then too, just in live time, like honestly not knowing what the hell is going on, and then you find out more about the situation afterwards. But earlier than talked about it since, but Yeah, just scary situation, but hopefully he's doing, well. NFL 2 games yesterday, full slate today. It's week 18. But yeah, like I said, what could the NFL have done? As Najee Harris, it's coming back. God damn it, down the near sideline, out past midfield, but flag on the play, and it'll be coming back. And we're gonna hear a lot of boos. Refs are gonna huddle up. Yeah, 45-yard run, Jesus Christ. But it's going to come back. An eligible man downfield. It was on Kevin Dotson. So they'll replay first down. God damn it. Talk about a fine line. It's a couple yards downfield. And probably a good call. He's about 5 yards when it's about 3. So rather than 1st and 10 out past midfield, the Steelers are 1st and 10 back at the 15. They'll run it again. Jalen Warren up the middle. But 2nd and 14 from the 16 now. So, yeah, big penalty. I mean, that was a big spark, potentially, if, would have stood, but it didn't. And I mean, who knows if they would have done anything with it anyway, but at this point, we're not going to know. You just got to fight through it, and it is what it is. They called it. I think if it's a penalty called, if it's not, don't let them play, but they threw the flag, and that's that. Just like the Jets missed a field goal wide left, but God damn it. Dump off to Jalen Warren near side. On the screen, be 3rd down and long. So yeah, 0-0, 0-0, and 7-7. Make that 14-7. The Bills just scored again, I might add. So the thing about it would be they win and they only get help from one of the two teams they need help from, or they get the help from the two teams, but then they lose, and then it's a losing season, which is going to suck even more. As I said recently, Pickett's pass is high, incomplete. He's way overthrowing his targets today. Ball sailing on him for whatever reason. But 4th down and they'll punt. So the penalty costs them there, no doubt about it, because then they, can't go more than an inch afterwards. But I'd rather honestly have the winning season, the winning record at 9-8, than making the playoffs and then losing at some point in time. But if you make the playoffs, as I said recently, maybe they go on a run of some sorts. That's why they play the game. But a Brown return to about the 28-yard line. 1st and 10 Cleveland from there. 11:24 to play in the half, and we're still tied at 0. So defense has to get a turnover, get some sort of spark for this offense. But they honestly as well just can't be shooting themselves in the foot. The turnovers, and then whether they get the ball back or not, or the penalties cost them. They really haven't been able to move the ball since the opening drive when they went the distance, and then right there at the goal line they were held out. At least the defense once again is making stops. It's not like they're in a hole, down 3, 6, 7, 10, 13, 14, 20 plus points or whatnot. Anywhere in between or any more than that. We're still tied at 0 because the Browns can't do shit either. So, just the way it is. But yeah, 0-0, 0-0, and 14-7 are the 3 scores for the 3 games we're watching and keeping an eye on. As we're also going to be watching here in about 10 minutes or so, the FCS National Championship in college football, I might add as well, with North Dakota State and South Dakota State. So we'll update that in a minute. As tomorrow night, the college football playoff national championship will be on as well with Georgia and TCU. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media. Links in the description below. But back to this Damar Hamlin situation. Is he's still in the hospital in Cincinnati, where he was taken from the field, Paul Brown Stadium, now sponsored by Paycor, as Heinz Field is now Acrisure Stadium. I get it, it's a business. It's all about money, but it's still Heinz Field. So that's what I'm going to call it. I mean, if you call it Acrisure Stadium, I mean, quit puckering up. But no, with that situation, like I said, what honestly could the NFL have done? They postponed the game and then canceled it, which, if this happened earlier in the season, there's, probably a time or two they could have fit the game in. Bye weeks for the teams, add it in and then give them a, sort of mini bye of some sorts. There was talk potentially that, as that pass is incomplete. All right. That they were going to, make up the game by pushing the regular season back. Playoffs then begin not next week, but in 2 weeks. But then you don't get the week off in between the conference title games and the Super Bowl. You just play straight through it. Which then that would affect the Pro Bowl that nobody watches, but they care about. So there's that situation, which is going to, of course, be under a new format for the first time this year. We'll see what that entails and how that shakes out. But in the meantime, another update. It's the Bill touchdown. So, 0-0, 0-0, and now 14-7 Buffalo. So we'll see if they can circle the wagons. We'll see if the Jets can take flight. And here we go, Steelers on defense, 3rd and 3. Make a stop, get the ball back, and score. Remember, the Steelers are going to get the ball back to begin the second half, I might add. 10:40 and counting to play in the half, but Watson looking to throw down the middle, caught midfield. Minka brings him down, but damage is already done in 1st and 10 Browns. So how in the hell are they getting that wide open? Like, man the hell up, Jesus Christ. So Steeler defense can make a stop here or not, but honestly, it might be who scores first, get some momentum and rhythm build up. They have a spark and a lead. Control that, then hold it. I mean, both these teams, no doubt about it. Highsmith on the stop line of scrimmage, and again on play 2nd and 10. Gonna have to get this game into the 4th quarter, which, no doubt about it. It's going to come down to the wire because the Steelers are in action. That's nothing new. But yeah, why would you want to? I mean, the fans know, but why would you want to update anything in stadium if it's like this or not going your way? If it is in your favor, yes. Feed into that then for sure. Like, hey, we win, we get the help. Scoreboard watching, as we all are, and then go from there. But whatever happens, happens. Everything happens for a reason. If they're meant to be in the playoffs for the second year as the 7th seed, then they'll be playing next weekend. But they got to win and get the help first off. If they lose, Whether the help's there or not ain't gonna matter. They have to win. That's what I said though. If they win and they don't get help from one of the two, there's that situation. But then if they get the help from both and they lose, well, it still doesn't matter because they lost. They got to win. 3rd and 10. Watson all day to throw. Rolls out and it's caught, but was he in bounds? There's a flag on the play. They'll say he was out, incomplete. 4th down. They'll punt, but there is a flag on the play. We'll see what the dirty laundry is from the Zebras here. 8:54 to play in the half. Got a hold on the defense. God damn it. So it'll be 1st and 10 Cleveland. And that foul was on Robert Spillane. We'll see on a replay here if it was a good call or not. As is before the pass, he was covering Kareem Hunt coming out of the backfield. And Njoku, that pass is incomplete. Yeah, that pass is incomplete. The refs are laughing. Yeah. So, Browns 1st and 10 at the 45-yard line. They luck out with the incompletion with the defensive hold, which they don't show, so I don't know if it was a good penalty or not. But probably not, to be honest with you, probably not. They'll fake the give. Watson looking to throw. Oh my God, sack his ass. Dump off to Hunt, lowers the shoulder, and then finally brought down. 15-yard completion. Browns making it look easy with able to convert first downs today. Sack him right there. Mark Robinson, and then Larry Obi-Wan Kenobi Ogunjobi as well. But the damage was already done on the dump off, and then missed tackle after missed tackle, and 1st and 10 from the 31, handoff up the middle, 3, maybe 4 yards. So home teams have leads in these other two games. Bills 14-7, as we know, on top of the Patriots. The Dolphins just kicked the field goal from 37 yards out. So they're now up 3-0. The Jets, remember, missed a field goal. But 3-0 Fins, and then we're still deadlocked at 0 here with the Browns and Steelers. But Cleveland 2nd and 6. Can be right there at the marker, maybe first down, probably 3rd and inches. But get the hell off the field. They're in field goal range, so kick it. They don't convert here, let alone go for it potentially. But keep them out of the end zone, keep them off the scoreboard. So 3rd and about a half yard, they're going to call timeout. So they'll have one left with 7:11 to play in this half, even though Sheets is better. 3rd and 1 for the Browns. Still 0-0 with Cleveland and Pittsburgh. Another update. And when do they show an update of a field goal, other than a game-winning field goal, for an update from another game, in the first half of 1 o'clock games in the NFL? They never do, but it's because of the situations. Hey, yeah, there's the Steelers playoff scenarios, let alone to win to get a winning record, okay, which they have to win to do just that. But then win, get help from the Jets and the Bills. So from New York to the Steel City and maybe to the playoffs. Maybe they're in, maybe they're not. Watson out on this play. 3rd and yard, they'll toss with Brissett in at quarterback. And Nick Chubb to the 10. Looks like they got a 1st and goal. Son of a bitch. So I don't know if Watson just came out for that play or if he's hurt or what. We'll see here on this next play if he comes back in. But yeah, simple toss near side and 1st and goal now for Cleveland. And Watson's back in, so it was just a play call. Throw him off guard, and what's Brissett going to do? Well, they ran it. Watson back in, fakes the give, rolls out, caught, touchdown Browns, David Njoku. And the turnover at the goal line in the Hill end zone, it's coming back to bite him. Because remember, a play before that, it was a touchdown. But then there's no review with no challenge. They hurried up and then fumbled it. And since then, they haven't even, been able to get in field goal range for Boswell, for that matter. A couple more turnovers, but then just forced a punt and penalties have been, why now the Browns have taken a 7-0 lead with 6:26 to play in the half. Seven nothing Cleveland. Pittsburgh gonna get the ball back. 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. See if they can run the ball, work some clock, maybe score before half, get the ball back, begin the second half. Have something on your side in that regard, because right now on the scoreboard they have nothing. But take a shot, man. And they have not gone to the tight ends hardly at all here today. I mean, Pickett's getting pressured, rolling out, coming back across the middle and hitting a receiver. And the run game was there early, but yeah, now it's just to the point. Cleveland's making stops in defense, as Pittsburgh is as well, but then they just gave up a touchdown, won the offense, ain't scoring either. So just, they're in a tough spot. They are. We'll see if they can get out of the hole they're in now, for that matter. Or not. And if they don't, and they lose this game, season's over, losing season, first time in 20 years. That's what I said. If you win, you get the help, you get the help. If you don't, you don't. And then it's coulda, woulda, shoulda back to the, one-score losses. Because they did screw themselves at times this year. It's a tale of two halves this season is what it is. From week 1 to Halloween and then the bye week and then since then. Look like a totally different team because they've been able to run the football. And they've been able to win these one-score games. 2-6 to 6-2 and 8-8. Got to win, though, man. Got to win. If you get the help, you get the help. If you don't, you don't. But that's just it. There's something else to be said. There isn't. That was a big touchdown by the Browns for sure. There's still a lot of football left, no doubt about it, but that was a big touchdown. It was. It was a very big touchdown. So we'll see here what they can do offensively. Because if, honestly, down 7 and then not do anything, let them score again, whether it's a field goal, touchdown, bigger hole, just they obviously like coming back, from being down. There's no in between. They either get out to a lead, try to hold it, or they're down and they're coming back late. And today's game is the latter of that right now. But there's still a lot of ball left. 6:26 to play in the half. Only down 7. They're not down 70. 3 timeouts, 2-minute warning. You score, which that pass is caught. Zach Gentry, hey, get these tight ends more involved. Thank you to the 48-yard line. He goes 1st and 10. But, yeah, get some points here. Whether that you cut it, tie it up, get some points, get the ball back to begin the second half, score there. They're putting the pressure on themselves more than the Browns. The turnover at the goal line is really biting them right now. It is. But 1st and 10, handoff, Naj up the middle, and about a yard or so. So 2nd down and 8. But, yeah, just
between these two teams in this AFC North.
Convert.
He's
First down, first down, first down,
like a
and
big brother, like this is their brand of
score.
football, and they've dominated.
You know, that's the name of the game.
They want to
Is scoring and winning.
Their playoff hopes today, guys.
If you don't score, well, you're probably not winning, you're losing, and all anybody ever remembers is whether you won or lost. Especially in a situation like this, when you need to win. So, Gunnar Olszewski, on an end around, maybe another yard or so. 3rd and 6, give or take, under 5 to play now in the half. Where's George Pickens at? Where's Pat Fryermuth at? Why aren't they running the screen game out of the backfield, for God's sakes? Like, 3rd and 5, maybe Pickett takes off on his feet here and runs it on a draw of some sorts. Trips near side, looking to throw, and they will go deep far side, and incomplete, intended for Deontay Johnson. So 4th down, and he wants a flag, but they're not going to get it. No. So at least they went deep, but can't convert. No execution there. Now they say PI. All right, be a spot foul, which is a big penalty. 1st and 10 Steelers. You got to score off of this now, man. You're deep into Brown territory. The first time since the opening drive. You got to either cut this lead or tie it up. You got to have momentum, which they do not have whatsoever. They sort of luck out there. I don't really see no pass interference on that, but I'll take the penalty for sure, no doubt about it. So spot foul be at the 36-yard line. So it obviously happened way before the ball was thrown. So I don't know why they didn't say a defensive hold rather than a PI, but penalty is still a penalty, and free yardage is still free yardage, so you take it while you can get it. Handoff, Warren up the middle, 6 yards. Make it 2nd and 4, but Deontay Johnson now has 7 pass interference calls that he's drawn this year, which is tied most in the league. So at least he's been good for that, I guess. But out of the pistol, 2nd and 4, Sims in motion. They'll run it again, and Warren bulldozes for 2. 3rd and 2 coming up. They're in field goal range. If you don't convert, kick it. Take the points. If you get a first down, hopefully drive stays alive. You score. If you still got a self worth 3, okay, so be it. But they say 3rd and a long 1. Get up under center and sneak it. Well, yeah, that's a 3rd and a long 1. That's 3rd and 2. Pickett looking to throw, going to step up, avoid a sack, dumps it off. Jalen Warren makes a couple men miss. Oh, right there at the marker. They should give him a first down with that spot. It might be 4th and inches, but what a play. Pickett able to get rid of that, and Warren able to make a man miss. Yeah, he's sacked right there, but gets rid of it. And, yeah, Jalen Warren's been a MVP this year for the Steelers. And they say first down. So they'll move the sticks. And now, I mean, snap it here once. Play clock's at 5. Got to get it off. Go. That's called fucking timeout. Unless they reset the play clock, which they do now. All right, thank you. Now you don't have to snap it before the 2-minute warning. Take it down 2 minutes. Work the clock. Have a 1st and 10 with 2 minutes to play and 3 timeouts still. Field goal cuts it. Touchdown ties it. You have momentum then going into halftime. Score then. Whole new ball game into the 3rd quarter. No, that's 2-minute warning. They didn't blow it dead until after the fact, but it should be 1st and 10 with 2 minutes to play rather than 2nd and 10 with a $1.58 at 2-minute warning. They should have blown that dead. This is a 2-minute warning, but okay, Was the play call, or was the, yeah, exactly. The play call with the run going to stand, or is it going to be 1st and 10 with no play run? Like, do they, we'll see when we come back. The refs need to, something simple like that should have that under control. I mean, I can understand miscommunication, but yeah, it's either going to be 1st and 10 or 2nd and 10 with 2 minutes to play with 1:58 officially to go. Hopefully it should be 1st and 10. They should have blew that dead. One, they should have never snapped it, but yet they were stupid enough to do just that to catch them off guard. Like, oh, we're going to snap it for a 2-minute warning or we're not. They do. They didn't blow it dead until after the fact, it sounded like, but they might have, for all we know. Who knows? We'll officially find out when we come back. But yeah, they got to score here. Field goal, touchdown. Got to get some points. They have a field goal or that touchdown early, and then the fumble. Score here, score early third quarter. I mean, you got a 2-score game, 2-score lead, early mid third quarter. Time possession might be crucial late. Turnovers early, yes, a factor, but neither team able to capitalize. Pittsburgh defensively, they got to stop the run. They got to get the hell off the field on 3rd down, which they have. But Cleveland's been able to pick up first down. It's felt like. Yeah, we'll see officially what the call is, and then we'll go from there. But just overall, got to score at halftime. We'll have first half stats and scores. We'll take a look around the rest of the league as well, especially this game, along with the Jet-Dolphin game and Patriot-Bill game as well, as those are the 3 games the Steelers are watching the most. But you got to take care of business yourself first off. But yeah, first half stats and scores. Recap we would preview, but we don't know the playoff schedule for next week just yet. We'll know that later on tonight. So they said they ran the play. It's 2nd and 10 with 1:58 to go. Still got 3 timeouts, but that just is what it is. All right, whatever. Pickett looking to throw. In the end zone, caught and then dropped, incomplete. Johnson. So 3rd and 10. Jets with a field goal here from 32 yards out. They already missed one. That one's up and good, though. So we're tied at 3 with the Jets and Dolphins. So 7-0. Browns 3-3 with the Jets and Dolphins, and the Patriots just scored, so 14 all with New England and Buffalo. But we'll also continue the Damar Hamlin talk at halftime as well. Lead off with where I ended that conversation a little bit ago. Whistle, timeout maybe. Play clock was winding down. Now I got a fucking flag with a delay of game. 5 yards, I'll replay 3rd down, be 3rd and 15 though. Son of a bitch. So 1:52 to play in the half. 3rd and 15. I mean, the timeouts right now don't matter. No, unless you don't get anything. Here, got to settle for 3, then maybe get the ball back before halftime with no time and no timeouts then left. But Pickett empty set, 3rd and 15. Down the middle, caught, touchdown Steelers. George Pickens has come around for the first time today with his first catch. And a Pittsburgh Steeler touchdown. They're an extra point away from tying this game up at 7 with 1:47 to play in the half. And then now you still have those 3 timeouts. Maybe if you get a stop, maybe you do get the ball back before halftime again still. But then you're also going to get the ball back to begin the second half, I might add as well. So that's a big touchdown. That's a huge touchdown by the Steelers. Just a simple post down the middle. got behind the DB from 31 yards out and touchdown. Wide ass open. And Boswell's extra point up and good. 7-7. So they'll kick off. Browns ball with a timeout. Yeah, if I'm Pittsburgh with 3 timeouts, maybe get the ball back before halftime, but maybe just play it safe, you know. Just keep them off the scoreboard, keep them out of the end zone. No field goal, no touchdown. Keep it tied at 7.5. You have momentum. Get the ball back to begin the third quarter, and then go from there. So I'll leave it at that. So we're tied in all 3 of these games. 7-7, 3-3, and 14-14. As it looks like this Brown-Steeler game is going to be the first to go to halftime. It's all going to depend on what happens here with the Jets and Dolphins, though. After they just tied it up with field goal. Should have a lead, because they missed a field goal, I might add, but New England and Buffalo still have about 3 minutes to play in the half. But, yeah, 7-7, 3-3, and 14-14. Pittsburgh needs to win to have a winning record and a winning season. They get the help, they get the help. If they don't, they don't once again. And the help needs to come from the Jets and the Bills. If the Steelers win, the Jets win, the Bills win, the Steelers are in the playoffs next week. So, they're showing some signs of life. As, of course, DeMar Hamlin has since that injury as well Monday night. So hopefully, once again, is doing well, of course, better than he was when that happened. As with that, once again, it was a clean tackle. He was the one who made the tackle on T. Higgins. And it was just an awkward hit. And it's always the non-contact injuries that are the worst. But, you know, even with that hit, it was, you know, simple as can be. It was deadly until he survived it. As he gave him CPR in the field and CPR in the hospital and in critical condition in ICU on a breathing tube, but now breathing on his own and seems to be doing better. So that's that situation. Hopefully he's doing better, as mentioned. But yeah, I just, you know, didn't know in real time like what the hell's going on. And he made the tackle on T. Higgins, stood up, and then just collapsed, fell backwards. And then they were right to him, as with any other injury, checking in on him. As I thought at the time, he was the same build defender who got taken to the hospital in an ambulance earlier this season at home when they hosted the Titans on Monday night. But that's incorrect. That was a different player. But yeah, he played at Pitt as he's from the 4-1-2, and then in his second year with the Buffalo Bills in the NFL. And then that happens. But I guess that's why they say, you know, take life for granted. Live every day as if it is, in fact, your last. And he survived, but that's the thing, too. You just don't see this happen in sports. Good return by the Browns, and Watson dumps off. It was second and medium here, a minute 30 and counting to play in the half and a timeout. But, like, yeah, there's big hits in football. It seemed like it a time or two. They were trying to relate it to a head injury with a concussion, when it was a chest injury with his heart. So I don't know how that's relatable, but I guess that's why they call it clickbait. In the meantime, the Steelers intercept Watson. Levi Wallace picks off 4 and gets a couple yard return. So the Steelers now about a minute and 3 timeouts before halftime. Can they score again before half? And he's got the ball sailing on him. There's 3 different Browns receivers and 3 different Steeler defenders in the area as well. You know, just bunch, and then the ball sail and it gets picked off. So 1-1-1 to play. 3 timeouts. I mean, they need 20 yards for a field goal, give or take. Would like more, to play it safe, but would like also a touchdown. Yeah, they can score here before half, score again early third quarter. I mean, that's a big turnover. Pickett looking to throw, far side, caught, and then dropped by Deontay Johnson. Jesus Christ, man, he can't catch anything. More updates. So, yeah, we're tied as mentioned. 7-7, 3-3, and 14-14. As the Jets-Dolphins go to half, tied at 3. And now, after the incompletion, 2nd and 10, 1:06 to play. Still 3 timeouts for the Steelers, but 7-7. I'd probably run it here. No? Pickett looking to throw again, far side. It's caught. George Pickens. And then one of their coaches tried to tackle him. What the fuck? Did anybody else see that? Yeah, the Pickett to Pickens connection goes for a big Steeler first down. 1st and 10. As, of course, now 58 seconds to play from the 32-yard line. Hayward in motion. You got to get some points off this turnover. Field goal is fine. Touchdown's even better. Another far side pass complete to Pickens. Hey, same fucking play, and they say catch. Now they say incomplete. And a replay. He caught it. That's a catch. That's Santonio Holmes-esque in the back corner of the end zone, Super Bowl 43. You can't challenge it since it's under 2 minutes, but they need to look at that. That's a catch. That is a catch. And they'll have a 1st and goal at the 10 if it would get overturned. Caught it right there. And then Steelers going to call timeout. That's not a touchdown, excuse me. That's a catch at the 10. As they're going to hope to punch it in for a touchdown here. That's in. That's a touchdown, yeah. So split screen commercial. They'll look at it in the meantime. Yeah, that's a catch. Back to the same play. Back to the same receiver. That's a catch. They said incomplete on the field, though. So they have to find an indisputed evidence to return it. And now they say incomplete still. So Pickett rolls out, 2nd and 10 from 32. And then tucks it and runs out of bounds for a couple. Be 3rd down. But yeah, that was a catch. The thing is, it's not like, all right, they're in bad field position. Like, they're still in, field goal range here if they can't convert. 3rd and 9. Hell, Cleveland might even get the ball back again after all this. 3rd and 9 from 31. Pickett's pass. Incomplete. As miscommunication. I mean, Pickett was pressured. What could he have done? What could he do there? So 4th down, and here comes Boswell for a field goal. 32-42. About a 49, 50-yarder here before halftime. They'll say officially 49 yards. And his kick's going to be up, and Boswell's kick is good. And the difference right now is that Watson interception to the Steeler field goal before halftime. It's 10-7, but there's still 38 seconds to play in the half. Browns are going to get it back with a timeout, but are they going to do anything? Probably not. But, yeah, we're halfway there. They got to win. They need help, though, also to make the playoffs. If they win and don't get help, then they're not in. If they lose, whether they get the help or not, they're not in. But they lead now today for the first time, 10-7, 38 seconds to play. They could have a couple more points on the scoreboard, no doubt about it. Left some off early with a fumble at the goal line. But, since then, slow and steady, back-to-back drives they've scored on, though, now. We are Penn State. And Rose Bowl champions, I might add as well. But no, in the Steel City, Steelers 10-7. Yeah, they scored. Defense got a turnover. Could have scored another touchdown, but they settled for 3. Was it a catch or not? It looked like it was. They said no, and then looked at it, no again. Still no, and then incomplete, and then they got to settle for a 49-yard field goal. So that's the difference. The Watson turnover to field goal is the difference. That's tied at 7. So Browns return it. They got timeout, 33 seconds. 1st and 10. But are they going to do anything? We'll see. Remember, the Steelers can get the ball back to begin the second half as well. So, double up right there. Hell, maybe even triple up early third quarter. Scored 10 unanswered. Have a 10-7 lead. First lead of the game. And, Can they make another stop here before half? Because Cleveland's going to run a play or two. It's going to depend on what happens on this play, it looks like. Watson, quarterback keeper up the middle on the draw. And then Watt on the tackle. Clock's rolling. Doesn't look like they're calling a timeout. Now he's going to call a timeout, 22 seconds. So 2nd down and 3. They might reset the clock. But Cleveland, no timeouts. They're going to try to get in field goal range, it seems like. Maybe heave it. Comes down to it. But, of course, you just sideline the situation. It's your friend. But Browns timeout. Steelers just called timeout too? No. But Brown's going to run another play here. And dump off, and then it's batted down, incomplete. Highsmith almost got to him, then Cam Hayward almost picked it off. That would have been another big turnover. They get the ball back again with 21 seconds and 2 timeouts. Hell, in field goal range, triple up before halftime. And then quad up before, the Browns get the ball back in the second half, potentially. But big third down here. If you stop them, call timeout, maybe get a, decent punt return, and then heave it yourself, potentially. This is a long 2 minutes, let me tell you. 3rd and 3, Watson's pass caught, so just let the clock run. They're going to have to spike it. It'll be 1st and 10. They'll get up and clock it with 7 seconds. So now here comes a heave. Or if they run a deep out route and get out of bounds, maybe bring field goal on. But the average plays, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 seconds. Depends on how much time you buy. So, all right, we thought the Browns-Steelers game was going to go to halftime first. It's going to be the last of the 3 to go to halftime. Because we're tied at half with the Jets and Dolphins. 3-3, and we're tied at halftime with the Patriots and Bills, 14-14. And Steelers timeout up 3 here, 10-7. But Cleveland's, we'll see what they do here. So you're on a shot at the sideline, or do they just chuck it? Yeah, the Steelers got to win to get a winning record, and win get help. So go Jets, go Bills. The Steelers make the playoffs. And then Pittsburgh might be going to Buffalo or Cincinnati next week. It's just going to depend on what else happens today. Like I said, the playoffs are set other than who's in the last spot at the 7 seed, with those 2 spots still open, 6 teams vying, and then it's the seeding with everything else. All right, so the Browns don't even get a chance to chuck it. They bring pressure and they bring them down. So Pittsburgh at halftime leads the Browns 10-7. They scored 10 unanswered, just both prior to halftime. Both with, 2 minutes to play. So yeah, 10-7 at halftime here. Probably should be 13, maybe 17-7. Maybe even a little bit more than that. I'm taking a 10-7 lead, though, at halftime compared to, how it was when they didn't have anything at all. And then the Browns scored up 7-0, and then, Pittsburgh ties it, and then a field goal, which is the difference because of a turnover. So, yeah, 10-7 is your halftime score. Steelers up on the Browns. Also at halftime, Jets and Dolphins tied at 3. And the Patriots and Bills tied at 14. So Pittsburgh's, the lone home team that, with the 3 games being compared, looked at scoreboard watching for sure, that has a halftime lead. You want 2 of these 3 home teams to win today. You want the Jets to win on the road, but you want the Steelers and Bills, of course, to win at home. But, yeah, man, just from the way this game started, I mean, look at the Bill game. Opening kickoff for a touchdown. And it's been back and forth then since. Patriots tied at 7, Bills go at 14-7, and then 14-all. Jets missed a field goal. Dolphins made a field goal, and the Jets made a field goal, 3-3. But with this Browns-Steeler game, Pittsburgh drives the length of the field after Cleveland, early, converted a few first downs. They've converted a total in this first half of 9 first downs. And they're 3 of 6 on third down, I might add. But then they punted. The Steelers drove from the 33-yard line, as it's been 90 years since they were founded, to the goal line. It looked like he was in for a touchdown. They said no. They didn't challenge. They didn't look at it. And then the fumble happened. Luckily, Cleveland didn't do anything with it. We were deadlocked at 0 for a while. As Pittsburgh's opening drive, they were able to run the football. Since then, up until they just scored the ton unanswered, they really weren't able to do a whole hell of a lot. They weren't. Brown scored, but then the Steelers tied it at 7, under 2 to play. And the Browns get the ball back. Steelers have to settle for 3. Penalties have hurt them, no doubt about it. Pittsburgh has only 3 penalties against them. Seems like way more compared to Cleveland's 5. I don't know if that's a typo and it's opposite day or what, but feels like, man, they've had way more penalties called against them. It might just feel that way just because the penalties happen on big plays and then, back up and then, hey, can't do anything with it then. And then was it a touchdown? Was it a catch? We don't know. But then they scored, tied at 7. Pickett found Pickens for 6. Extra points, good. And then the Steelers get the ball back again real quick because Watson threw a pick, settled for 3, up 10-7. Browns get the ball back. They had a timeout. They had a chance there to score some more points before halftime. We'll see if that comes back to bite them. As of the time, the fumble at the goal line was hurting Pittsburgh, but we're going to leave that in the past for the time being. Hopefully it doesn't factor into the outcome, with a differential of any sorts with, 3-7 being the difference, let alone a point or two. As they show off highlights, I might add, and we'll update stats and scores in a minute, but Pittsburgh's defense gets the turnover, and then they, force the stop going into halftime, and the Steelers are not going to get the ball back to begin the second half. So they have momentum. They scored 10 unanswered. They need to win. For 1, a winning record and winning season, but then 2, to have a chance to make the playoffs next week. If they win, it's a winning record and winning season at 9-8. That streak continues as they have not had a losing season since 2003. They lose, that's out the window along with making the playoffs. But if they win and then get help from the Jets and Bills, Pittsburgh's in the playoffs next week, and hopefully for the weeks to come. They've won 3 straight and 6 of 8. Maybe they go on a 4, maybe 8-game winning streak from now up until, mid-February. As they show off highlights in the playoff scenarios, the playoff standings, we'll get to that in a minute as well. We'll continue DeMar Hamlin talk. Pittsburgh has to take care of business. If they can take care of business, the rest will sort itself out. If you win, it's a winning record. If you lose, well, it's not, and you're out of the playoffs. But if you win and get the help, you're in. If you win, get help from one of the 2, you're not in. You win, you don't get help at all. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, then back to the 1-score close losses earlier this season. You're not in. But if you lose and then get the help, well, it doesn't matter because you lost. You have to win. Pittsburgh has to win and then get help from the Jets and Bills to make the playoffs. We'll know by 4:30, the latest, whether the Pittsburgh Steelers are in the playoffs this year or not. Knock on wood, say your prayers, eat your vitamins. Hopefully they will be. If they're not, then they're not. Plain and simple. Once again goes back to the close 1-score losses they had earlier this season. From 2-6 to 6-2 to 8-8. Got to win for a winning record. But got to win to have a chance to make the playoffs, but you need help as well. But take care of business. Win. Get the help you're in. Plain and simple, okay? We'll leave it at that. There's nothing else to be said. So we're watching Browns, Steelers, Jets, Dolphins, and Patriots, Bills. We're at halftime in all 3. Steelers lead the Browns 10-7. Jets and Dolphins tied at 3. Patriots and Bills tied at 14. We're also tied in the FCS National Championship game with North Dakota State and South Dakota State right now as well. 7 as they near the end of the first quarter. Of course, tomorrow night is College Football Playoff National Championship game, as college football season is going to be over in less than 48 hours, whereas the NFL playoffs are set to begin next weekend. In the meantime, thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. The links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share. Chat questions and comments. Super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated. Pittsburgh with a lead now, as they'll get the ball back to begin the second half. Home, away, neutral site, which if the matchup in the AFC Championship game features either Kansas City, Buffalo, let alone the Bengals or the Ravens potentially, the AFC Championship game is going to be played in neutral site. We don't know that neutral site just yet. That goes back to what happened on Monday with the postponement and the cancellation of that game with the Bills and Bengals. Honestly, like I said, once again with that, what could the NFL have done? They could have pushed the season back. Could have added an extra playoff team at 8, and then Pittsburgh would need to win and probably need help from one of the two teams today to make it. And then you get, more playoff games, and then you probably get 2 teams with a bye. Under the old format of 6-6 for a total of 12, but then 8-8 for a total of 16. I can understand why the Bengals are pissed. Once again, they're division champs in the AFC North. Pittsburgh split with them. Pittsburgh split with the Ravens. They need to split with the Browns today to have a winning record. And then if they get the help, they get the help. They're in. If they don't, then they don't. But, what is this? High school football in the playoffs? You're going to flip a coin for home field? Because when you win your division, you're supposed to get a home playoff game. I can understand why they're pissed. They had a lead, but then nature took over, and the injury happened. And like I said, what could the NFL have done? Because they did what they did, and it is what it is at the end of the day, and you live with it. So that's that. There's talk once again they're going to push season back. Maybe go by playoff winning percentage for seeding, along with adding more teams, or as they might do, depending on what happens, they flip a coin for next week's game. But that's only for the one matchup, and that's only for one of the few matchups we might see in the AFC Championship game. Which it probably will be just that. So, we'll see what happens next month. But, we're about a month away from the Super Bowl, which will be February the 12th. Here we are, January the 8th. Week 18 in the NFL. But, with that injury, once again, I'll say this, because I've said everything else I've meant to say today. Planning on it at least, because as mentioned, really didn't talk about it. Since then, live right here on YouTube, as we watched it live happen Monday night, but even in live time, really didn't know what the hell was going on. Just that you don't see this happen in sports. You don't, especially football. Like hockey, okay, there's hits. There's players that have, been cut by skates. There's been in basketball, players hit their head on the hardwood. Baseball, players get beamed. 100-mile-an-hour fastball, or pitcher getting drilled up the middle in the face. The pitch is being thrown as fast as it is, but it's coming off the bat even faster. It's dangerous at times for sure, but the thing is, when you sign up to play, there's a chance that something could happen. You just don't ever wish it, let alone think about it happening, for that matter. Whether you say it, meant it, hopefully not, that's a different story. But
39 yards. His team has to play clean. They have to get more pressure on Kenny Pickett up front. And
Yeah, so
running back Kareem Hunt, he's being evaluated.
they canceled the game. Here we are today. It only affects a couple teams. And then you have the situation because of what happened, moving forward. But that's the thing. At this point in time in the season, what could they do? So I'll leave it at that. Just, of course, hopefully he's doing well, doing better than he was, doing okay. As of course, yeah, it's been national news all week. And it's going to come to a point in time. It's like, all right, enough's enough. Let's just, play through it. He'll honestly probably never play football again, to be honest with you. But I could be wrong. Maybe he does play again. Hopefully he does play again. But just an injury like that, even at that age, it's not like it was a 300-plus pound offensive lineman. That might have been a different outcome, even though they're in damn good shape, too. He was 24, maybe 200 pounds tops, at, a max of 6'2" in height, as a DB. From Keys Rocks to Central Catholic to Pitt to the Buffalo Bills, it's just the hand that he was dealt. And a scary situation, and once again, situation you don't want to see happen with anybody getting hurt for that matter, but just a freak accident is all it was. So Pittsburgh to begin the second half, couple big runs. And now 1st and 10 to the 38, another run up the middle, Najee Harris to the 35-yard line on the 2nd and 7. The Dolphins just pulled off a fake field goal. They're still tied at 3. It's 3-3. As they just began the second half. So then a fake field goal on their opening second half drive converts. See if the Jets can keep them out of the end zone, though. Maybe force another kick. But yeah, 3-3, 14-14, and Steelers up 3 with 2nd and 7 from the 35. 12:24 to play the third. Pickett rolls out, fakes it, complete. Deontay Johnson, first down, Steelers. I'm going to Pat Freiermuth right here. He has 1 target, but no catches today. Similar to the Panther game a couple weeks ago when Trubisky was in at quarterback. Nothing to Freiermuth. They run an end around, gunner, and they get a first down. Actually, they marked him short 3rd and 1, and now they might have to bring out Chain Gang for a measurement. As Cleat Blakemans are a white capper today, by the way. They signal first down. They're not even going to bring chains out. They're going to say first down Pittsburgh. And now Gunner's hurt. And the thing about that injury, too, I don't want to see, just any basic injury. You don't want to see anybody get hurt for that matter, but just a broken thumb or, a hand or just as he'll limp off, just scratch basically in football, to pause the game, to cancel it and screw shit up again. Like, when it's bad if he's down for a while. And of course they're bringing the ambulance out, for God's sakes. But first down and then an 8-yard run, 2nd and short. It'd be nice to have a 2-score lead right now with a touchdown rather than having to settle for 3 and still up 6. That's what I said. Get back to the run game. You have a lead. Run the football. 2nd and 2 from the 20. They've done just that on this drive. And to the 10-yard line he goes. So 1st and goal potentially. Let's mark them down the 10.5, 11-yard line. Then they'd have 8 shots to punch it in. But might add, these two teams hate each other. So, rivalry game in Week 18. Of course, all Week 18 games are divisional matchups. But playoffs on the line, leave it all on the field. You know, he played to win the game. Continue to push forward. Run the football, work clock. They've done that for 5 minutes here, early 3rd quarter. Got a 2nd and 9 at the 10. So they got 7 shots now to punch it in. Freiermuth in motion. I'm going to him if I'm Kenny Pickett right now. I am. And Pickett rolls out, looked his way, but then comes back to him, and they'll say incomplete, out of bounds at the 5. So his 2nd target, but still no catches for 88. It's that 8-88 Pitt to Penn State connection. And they haven't been able to dial it up today. Incomplete, 3rd and 9. As I said, it'd be nice to have a 2-score lead, 17-7 right now, if they can score a touchdown here rather than have to settle for 3 again, only up 6. You know, going mid-3rd quarter. So Pickett going to step up, and he gets sacked. God damn it. So here comes Boswell. And take the points. I mean, a lead's a lead, but after that drive, you can't punch it in for 6. You got to settle for 3 again, man. Come on. Like, what the hell? It's frustrating. So Boswell made from 49. Made an extra point as well from 33. This field goal from 34. Kicks up, kicks good. 13-7 Steelers with 9:03 to play in the 3rd quarter. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Deshaun Watson and the Brown offense going to get the ball back for the first time since truly through that pick, which Pittsburgh got a field goal on before halftime. Get a field goal there to begin the 2nd half as well. But, you know, I'm not going to count the driver before halftime because they didn't do anything with it. Watson's 11-17, a $137. Has a touchdown. That too, David Njoku from 10 yards out. He's been sacked once, but his interception is the difference. I mean, Pittsburgh would still have the field goal there, up 10-7 then, but his field goal, or his turnover to the Steeler field goal before halftime, gives the Steelers a 6-point, 13-7 lead here with 9 minutes to play in the 3rd. They've stopped Nick Chubb since the start of the game. 6 carries for 39 yards rushing for him. Kareem Hunt, 3 of 10 as well. Watson, 2 of 9 on keepers. Donovan Peoples-Jones, remember, has a big catch for 38 yards from the 6 to the 44. Chubb, 2 of 24 out of the backfield. They've gone to Harrison Bryant at tight end, 2 of 20 for him. Mark Cooper has a catch for 15 yards, as does Michael Woods. Kareem Hunt, 3 of 15, and then Njoku will catch for 10 yards and a touchdown. The Browns have been able to convert first downs though today. Pickett, 8 of 18, 130 yards passing and a touchdown. You know, they have a running game, they do. But the penalties have cost them. They get into a position, you know, to score, and then, you know, a sack happens or just something goes wrong. And then, I mean, you still take the points to settle for 3, but can't make a habit out of it, even though they've done just that recently. They found ways to win these one-score games, so do it again. 13-7 your score. Najee, 14 carries, 50 yards rushing. Jalen Warren, 5 of 35 as well. And then George Pickens, 2 big catches, 55 yards and a touchdown. Could have some more catches and yardage as well, but whether it was a catch or incomplete, had to settle for 3. Deontay Johnson's been targeted 7 times, but only has 2 catches, 38 yards. Zach Gentry, a catch for 23 yards, nothing to Freiermuth. Naj, a catch for 10 yards out of the backfield. And Jalen Warren, also 2 of 4. But defensively, as Cleveland returns it to about the 20, over 1st and 10, down 6 here, 9 minutes to play. In the third, 13-7 Steelers. Cam Hayward and TJ Watt have a half a sack apiece. And Cam Hayward also has a tackle for loss. Levi Wallace has the interception. But with a lead, offensively, of course, you're going to run the football and work clock. Defensively, you're going to continue to force pressure. And, hopefully that turns into a turnover. But 1st and 10 Browns from the 20, empty set. And Watson looking to throw. And just lobs it up there. And 10 for Cooper, out of bounds, incomplete. And he's hurt. Watson is hurt. He's holding his hand. He hit it off a helmet. Or did he throw his arm out? Oh, he's holding his elbow. Tommy John surgery for Deshaun Watson. Incomplete. 2nd and 10. Of course, Jacoby Brissett's the backup. He beat the Steelers at home earlier this year, I might add. They'll hand off. Nick Chubb, nowhere to go. 3rd down and 10. So, yeah, if he's hurt, maybe that works in the Steelers' favor. And the Dolphins with another field goal. They're up 6-3, mid-third quarter. Patriots-Bills still tied at 14, but the Steelers need to win for 1 and then get the help from the Jets and Bills to make the playoffs. They win, get the help, okay. If they don't, then, well, coulda, woulda, shoulda still. Back to one-score losses earlier this year against the AFC East. And as I've been saying since then, as Watson tucks it and runs and gets the 1st down out past the 40, tackle him. They finally do it at the 42-yard line. But 1st and 10, but that's what would be costing them, and that's exactly what it is. But I mean, if they win, okay, it's a winning record, winning season. They make the playoffs, they make the playoffs. They don't, they don't. I said I'd rather take a winning record. I would, but I'll also take a winning record and a playoff appearance and playoff wins. So, hand off to Chubb, and he'll maneuver his way for about 3 yards. Patriots with a field goal. God damn it, they're up 17-14 now. So, Pittsburgh's up, but the teams they need to win are both down now. But there's still a lot of football left. Okay, there's still a lot of ball left. We'll know, like I said, about an hour and a half or so, whether the Steelers are in the playoffs or not. Let alone have a winning record. Hence that enough. Watson, he's down. He's down. 3rd and long rather than 1st and 10 at the 45-yard line. He's down. Back his ass up. They're going to go hurry up. He's down. His elbow's down. Let alone his helmet was down. He's down. Tomlin asking the refs, hey, his ass was fucking down. Right there. He is down at the 33-yard line.
Just a matter of inches. Elbow is down, and so there it is.
Third down for the Browns. How about a turnover now?
A really nice job by Edmonds coming on the blitz. He beats Chubb, and then Spillane is able to just wrap around and now it's
Third and 18, they say. Come on, defense. From the 33, third and 18, Watson looking to throw over the middle, and it's picked off. DeMonte KZ. Boom. Pittsburgh ball, first and 10 at the 25-yard line. Touchdown here would be fucking nice. Field goal makes it a 9-point, 2-score lead going into the fourth quarter. So I'll settle for 3 if they have to. But 20-7 into the fourth. Cleveland hasn't done shit since they led early. Touchdown, if they score here, might do it. And then you gotta root for the Jets and you gotta root for the Bills, and they're both down right now. But what I say, Turner would be nice. He jumps the route and picks it off and hand off Najee Harris inside the 20, stiff arm, and first down, Pittsburgh at the 15. Run it. Keep running it down their fucking throat. Bust them back to the rock and roll city. Singing the blues. So they give an update, but it's just audio from Bill Cowher. Can we have Bill Cowher do voiceover from the studio of every Steeler game, for God's sakes? Wait, there's another kickoff return for a touchdown? What? Buffalo's back up, 21-14. Another kickoff return for a touchdown. Did I hear that right? We got it. They didn't show the highlight of it, though. They just did the voiceover. Like, what the fuck? They got to go back to the studio with another update of that. Yeah. Holy shit, the Bills just scored again. So they're back up 21-17. Need the Jets, though, man. They need to score a touchdown here. They have the ball. They're down 6-3, but Pittsburgh needs to score first off. They need to take care of business themselves, all right? They got to score off of this turnover again. Got to capitalize. Got a 2nd on 5 of the 9. Got a field goal off the first interception in the first half. Field goal touchdown would be even better right now. Another handoff to Najee Harris, 3rd and 3.
So that'll leave the Steelers with a 3rd and 3.
And there's Matt Canada. We'll see what his future is with Pittsburgh as the offense coordinator. Jalen Warren coming in on 3rd and short. 3rd and 3 for Pittsburgh. Pat Freiermuth, I'm telling you. Pat Freiermuth. Empty set. Pickett. Complete to Warren. 1st and goal, Pittsburgh inside the 5 of the 4. Get back to running the football. Punch it in. Get his ass back in there. Yeah. Rock the Naj. Don't fumble it at the goal line like you did on the opening drive, though. Run it every play here. Run it. Make them stop you. If they want it bad enough, they'll stop you. But 1st and goal, Pittsburgh from the 4-yard line. Sims in motion, maybe an end around. No, they'll fake the give. And, oh, shit, that was close. Incomplete. They ran a slant to Deontay Johnson. Yeah, it got tipped. It got deflected. And it was almost picked up. Luckily, it falls incomplete. Don't get special here. Don't get, too far ahead of yourself. Keep it simple. Keep it simple, man. Run the damn ball. Run it. Run the fucking football. Don't throw a fade either. I swear to God, you throw a fade. If I'm throwing to Freiermuth. But I'm running the football. And they do. Najee Harris. And that's a touchdown. 19, make it 20-7. 3:13 to play in the third. And that might be enough. There's still 18-13 to play. But they're fighting as if it's the War of 1812 and from Fort Pitt to maybe Steeler win today and help. Where's the fucking French at when you need them? And I know Fort Pitt was British, but you get my point, okay? Just win this game. Just win this game, and then hopefully you get the help. Extra points up and good. 20-7. Because if they win this game and then they don't get the help, they're not in. And then it's back to coulda, woulda, shoulda. Against the Patriots and against the Dolphins. And then it's a long off season. See, that's the thing. If the Patriots beat the Bills, they're in at 7. Might have a rematch with that again next week. Potentially. But if the Patriots lose and the Dolphins win, Miami's in. But if Pittsburgh wins and both the Dolphins and Patriots lose, the Steelers are in. Okay? That's how it shakes out for the 7th seed in the AFC. With the other 6 set, we just don't know seeding. Kansas City, Buffalo, Cincinnati, and Jacksonville are your division winners. The Ravens and the Chargers are 2 of the 3 wild cards right now, but then the Patriots, the Dolphins, and the Steelers are fighting for 7. And the Bills, there's the highlight. Another kickoff return for a touchdown. And they have retaken the lead. 21-17. So yeah, if the Steelers win, the Jets win, and the Bills win, the Steelers in the playoffs. But if the Patriots win, they're in. The Patriots lose and the Dolphins win, Miami's in. Steelers win. They both lose. Pittsburgh's in. But if Pittsburgh wins and only one of the 2, wins, then one of those 2 is going to be in then at that point. So it's going to be a stressful 4th quarter. But Pittsburgh has a lead. That's the thing. You just got to watch the other games then, which we are, and we're watching to see what happens here. Missed the second kickoff return for a touchdown, but they did just that and retook the lead. The Jets, though, man, this game would be tied at 6. Remember, they missed a field goal early. They missed a field goal early, and then the Dolphins went up 3, and then they tied it, and then the Dolphins with another field goal. So yeah, 6-3, just low-scoring game here. But just take care of business, man. You got to win. You got to win, because if you lose, none of it matters. You got to win first off. And if you get the help, you get the help. Once again, if you don't, you don't. And it's coulda, woulda, shoulda. But they're right there. They got a 20-7 lead here. 3 minutes to play in the 3rd quarter. So, 1st and 10 Browns. We'll update some stats and scores here in a minute as well. And look at the playoff picture once again. And we'll see officially the matchups later. As Watson slides and then Hayward technically downs him by touching him. and then helps him back up. Might have got chippy there, potentially, if he would have took it a different way. But it's 2nd and 3 for the Browns. And Watson empty set, looking to throw, pump fakes. They bring him down. They might get a face mask on that, though. Larry, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Ogunjobi. No. Clean tackle, they say. Nice sack by 99. Former Brown, I might add. Yeah, that's a fucking face mask. I thought so. But no penalty. No flag thrown. That's a miss. But I'll take it. 3rd and 9 now for Cleveland. 3rd and 9. Under 2 to play in this 3rd quarter, and if they haven't cranked sticks yet, they might want to do it here at the end of the 4th quarter. From the 26, 3rd and 9, big 3rd down. Get the hell off the field. That's a hold. That is a hold, and they still sack his ass. Highsmith, along with Watt, take down Deshaun Watson. 4th and a mile. Browns will punt. And now at this point, I mean, yeah, you want to continue to, see what happens here, hold on to the win. But I think, honestly, this 4th quarter, you're going to want to be watching more of Jets-Dolphins along with Patriots-Bills, in which Buffalo's up 4, but the Jets are down 3. But they are in field goal range, 33-yard line, have a 2nd down. Flacco looking to throw, and it's caught. They'll have a 3rd and short, almost muffed the punt, but it'll be 1st and 10 Pittsburgh. 57 seconds to play in the 3rd quarter. And, it's working out in Pittsburgh's favor here, man. It is. This will be the 3rd of the 3 wins I, was hoping for a couple weeks ago. One Steeler win on New Year's. Penn State won the Rose Bowl, and that 3rd's today. Because Pittsburgh, when they beat the Raiders on Christmas Eve night, when they retired Franco's number, game-winning touchdown, under a minute to play then, game-winning touchdown under a minute to play last week as well. They got a 2-score lead now. Something they're, at times not used to having. So we'll see how they play here. But just run the ball. You have a lead. Work clock. Take a shot here or there, no doubt about it. But they're fighting. They're fighting for sure. Now they just need, 2 other wins to happen as well. Jets got a 1st and 10 at the 22 handoff. As we're watching on CBS and Fox, Brown Steelers, and in my area today, surprisingly on Fox at 1 o'clock here, it's Jets Dolphins. Normally this would be a CBS game. But it's week 18 and matchups with doubleheaders, and then 272 tonight on Sunday Night Football, and the playoffs begin next week. It's just how the schedule's shaking out, because we had a doubleheader yesterday, I might add as well. Chiefs won, Jaguars won. And cue the Andy Reid mustache commercial in the meantime. But he's going to find out and get to the bottom of it, I might add. But the Jets game we've been watching at Miami since the start has been on Fox. We've been watching these side by side. We're just keeping tabs on the score, and then if they update highlights of Patriots, Bills. I mean, Belichick has to be livid, though. 2 kickoff returns for touchdowns in the same game. Let alone in the same season, the same game. Special teams key. That's why Buffalo has a 4-point lead right now. But yeah, Pittsburgh here. They'll clinch a playoff berth with a win and losses by the Patriots and Dolphins. But they still got to take care of business first off, all right? So 1st and 10 from the 32, and then a toss. Fumbled it. God damn it. They luckily recover. Thank you, Kevin Dotson. making up for your penalty from earlier. Son of a bitch, that was close. Just a simple toss, and it hit him right in the hands, and he dropped it, Jalen Warren, and then Boykin there, Dotson falls on it and recovers, so it'd be Pittsburgh ball, 2nd and 12. So only lost a 2 back to the 30, but it could have been deadly with a turnover there. Even with a 2-score lead here, I mean, you're giving them the ball back with good field and going in the fourth quarter. Then if they score, only down 1 score. Hand off Najee Harris up the middle, and all right, 3, maybe 4 yards. Be 3rd down, but that'll do it for the 3rd quarter. So at the end of the 3rd, Pittsburgh leads Cleveland 20-7. And in the meantime, yes, Q Journey, we're gonna not stop believing. So it's 27 Steelers. Bills lead the Patriots 21-17. Jets 35-yard field goal to tie it at 6. Kicks up, kicks good. All right, 6-6. 1st and 9, maybe 12 wins. Hopefully it's the Jets. But all right, Steelers up 20-7 here at the end of 3. The Jets and Dolphins tied at 6, and the Bills lead the Patriots 21-17. Also right now around the NFL, for what it's worth, because in the AFC, once again in the playoff picture, you have the Chiefs, the Bills, the Bengals, and the Jaguars as division winners. Your wild cards are the Ravens, Chargers, and or one of these 3 teams, depending on what happens in the next hour. Coming down the wire, to say the least. Game of inches. It's either going to be the Patriots, the Dolphins, or the Steelers. The Patriots win, they're in. If they lose and the Dolphins win, Miami's in. But if Pittsburgh wins and both the Patriots and Dolphins lose, the Steelers are in. Now, if the Steelers win and one of the 2 teams wins or loses, they're in, the Steelers are out. So that's your AFC. The NFC, you have the Eagles, the 49ers, along with the Vikings, and then, who am I missing? The Buccaneers. And then your wild cards are, in fact, right now, the Giants, along with the Seahawks and the Lions and Packers, who play tonight. Of course, the Cowboys are in the thick of it as well, but they could still very well win the division if, they'd win and the Eagles lose. 3rd and 10 to begin the 4th. Pickett's pass incomplete. So they'll punt. At least they have a 2-score lead here. Yeah, the AFC, once again, it's Kansas City, Buffalo, Cincinnati, Jacksonville, with Baltimore, the Chargers, and then either the Patriots, Dolphins, or Steelers. The NFC, it's the Eagles, 49ers, Vikings, Bucks. The Cowboys are there, but then you have the Giants, the Lions, the Seahawks, and the Packers. The Packers win tonight, they're in. So we'll see what happens, and we'll see who's in and who's out. But Pittsburgh punts, be down about the 25, 30-yard line, it looks like. Be 1st and 10 Browns with 14:49 to play. That number was big, at least that time was big on Monday night. 14:49 to play with a couple of score lead. If you know, you know. But then the blue and white won. We'll see if the black and gold can also hold on to this one. But It's 20-7. Early fourth quarter now. Steelers on top of the Browns. The Jets and Dolphins are tied at 6. The Bills just scored again. 28-17 Buffalo. Thank you. They still got a whole fourth quarter to play, though. This Jet-Dolphin game is going to be done first. Dolphins ball tied at 6. They're early fourth quarter, just like Browns-Steelers is here. A couple-minute differential, but it looks like that game's going to be done first. But Week 18 in the NFL, yesterday the Chiefs beat the Raiders 31-13, winning the AFC West. The Jaguars also beat the Titans 20-16 to win the AFC South, as Tennessee was 7-3 in the driver's seat. But then talk about a collapse. They lost 7 straight, finished at 7-10, and they'll miss out on the playoffs. If they can get a quarterback, I think they'll be okay. But I mean, even with or without a quarterback, they still lost 7 straight. So Chiefs won yesterday. Jaguars won yesterday as well. Still to come today, Chargers, Broncos, in a game that doesn't matter. Giants, Eagles, even though it's a big rivalry, really doesn't matter either because both teams are already in the playoffs. Cardinals, 49ers is a game that doesn't matter either. Rams, Seahawks, Seattle needs to win. Washington's been eliminated, but even Cowboys and Skins, football team commanders, whatever you want to call them, now into 2023. That game really doesn't matter either. But then Sunday football, game 272 tonight. Packers winning, they're in. Remember, they already lost the Lions, though, this season. It was early November. I remember watching it during Red Zone. And turnovers in the red zone were key in the difference in that game. But right now, around the NFL, as I said, we'll see who's in and who's out come playoff time next week. We'll see who's still as a head coach, as Black Monday will be tomorrow as well, who's getting fired. But right now, the Falcons are on top of the Bucs, 20-17. Tampa's 8-8. They've already won the division, but remember, they lose, Brady has a losing season for the first time in his 23-year NFL career. Bills are up on the Patriots, 28-17. Jets and Dolphins still tied at 6. Panthers and Saints tied at 7. Vikings 26-13 lead at the Bears. Bengals are going to beat the Ravens. It looks like they're up 27-10. Right now, remember, if they meet next week in the playoffs and the wild card round, the site will be determined by a coin flip. It's all just going to depend on what else happens today. Texans are beating the Colts 24-21. Remember, they tied week 1. And then the Steelers up 20-7 here on the Browns. And Cleveland, ball 39-yard line, got a second down. And they'll hand off Nick Chubb, and then missed tackles, but then Miles Jack comes in with Spillane to make the stop. So first down Cleveland, but I think, honestly, we're watching more so the Jets and the Dolphins now than we are Patriots, Bills. Pittsburgh's up 20-7 here on the Browns. Still want to take care of business, hold on to the win. Don't want them to come back and win, but take care of business. Bills are up 11. That's 2 scores at the end of the third quarter. And then we're still tied at 6 with the Jets and Dolphins. We're still tied at 6 with the Jets and Dolphins. That Watson pass is caught by Cooper down the far sideline. Pushed out of bounds around the 10. Looks like we'll spot him out around the 12. But, yeah, Pittsburgh's up 20-7. They win and get help, they're in. But if they win and only get one of the 2 games with help, they're out. Or if they lose, they're out. But first and 10, Cleveland. Come on, defense, make a stop.
First down from the 15.
And they get it off, hand off to Hunt, and then 2, maybe 3 yards. So second down.
Greg, you see how did this drive start? The 2 really good, strong Nick Chubb runs. Right? You got, arguably probably the best running back in the NFL, right? At least one of the most consistent high-end running backs.
Come on, defense. From the 12, second and 8. Trips in a bunch near side. And Watson going to get sacked by Cam Hayward back at the 20. So down he goes. He gritties and does Watson's celebration as he, as he would have scored as a Texan. Now there's a flag. Personal foul. Roughing the passer. My ass. Come on. Watson threw the ball down acting as if he got roughed. That's 2 weeks in a row now. They've thrown late hits on Cam Hayward. And, he's up for Walter Payton Man of the Year award. And all Tomlin can do is shake his head. And this crowd's booing the hell out of it. And rightfully so. That's a bullshit call. That's not roughing the fucking passer. Come on. Now you make him pay. First and goal for Cleveland. You hit him again and you keep hitting him. You pick him off again. Get another interception, get another turnover. But 11 and change to play here. First and goal, Browns after the penalty from the 6. They'll fake the give, roll out. It's caught, Donovan Peoples-Jones, but they'll keep him out of the end zone for the time being. Down to the 3-yard line. So second and goal for the Browns. From there, boos still raining down, and rightfully so. I mean, that's just a bullshit call on a roughing the passer. No fucking chance. But yeah, 20-7 here, still Steelers on top of the Browns. 6-6 Jets Dolphins, and Buffalo leads New England 28-17. So second and goal Browns. And Watson going to fake the give all day to throw. Hayward going to get to him again. And then he tucks it and runs and then dumps it off. It's caught. Touchdown Cleveland. Nick Chubb. And more boos because, well, you had the roughing the passer called on second down, I believe it was, third down. And, yeah, give a touchdown. Now you're going to have to score again. Perhaps kick a field goal to ice it. Because defense gives another touchdown there. Yeah, that's just... Refs keeping the Browns in this game, it looks like, for the excitement of, okay, what game's going to get over, who's going to win, and who's going to make the playoffs. Because that was not a roughing the passer. Come on, man. No fucking chance. But yeah, 20-14 now with 10-11 to play. Pittsburgh getting the ball back, and offensively run the football. Work clock as much as you can, but Pickett's going to have to make some plays. Nothing stupid, no penalties, no turnovers here. You might have got a little too far ahead of yourself, yes, but you still, have the game, within reach of holding this lead to win it. And then it looks like Buffalo's going to beat New England, but the game to watch is the Jet-Dolphin game. They're tied at 6. Under 10 to play, and the Dolphins still have the football. Pittsburgh needs to win, the Jets need to win, and the Bills need to win for the Steelers to make the playoffs. So, as mentioned, the Chiefs beat the Raiders yesterday 31-13. Jaguars also beat the Titans 20-16. They both won their divisions. Still to come, Chargers, Broncos, Giants, Eagles, Cardinals, Niners, Rams, Seahawks, Cowboys, Skins, football team, Commanders, and DC, Landover, Maryland. And then Sunday football game 272 tonight to end the regular season is Detroit and Green Bay, the Lions and Packers from Lambeau Field, frozen tundra. to determine potentially who's the 7th seed in the NFC. We're trying to figure out who the hell the 7th seed is going to be in the AFC. Dolphins are going to punt. Remember, they ran a fake punt to begin the second half and converted. Jets are going to be ready this time. So Miami booms it away, but it's been a field goal game. Remember, the Jets would have a 9-6 lead right now if they didn't miss the missed field goal from earlier. You know, and then they score here, game's probably over. You know, field goal, okay, gives them another lead, but extends it at least, but they're getting the ball back 6-6. Come on, Jets, come on. Bills, Steelers need to hold it, though, too. But those are the games still to come, as mentioned, following the Chiefs and Jaguars wins yesterday over the Raiders and Titans as their seasons are over. Chargers, Broncos, Giants, Eagles, Cardinals, Niners, Rams, Seahawks, Dallas and Washington, and then Detroit and Green Bay. But right now, Pittsburgh's up 20-14 now on the Browns. Jets and Dolphins tied at 6. Buffalo still leads New England 28-17. Falcons lead the Bucks 27-17 as well. Vikings 26-13 at Chicago against the Bears. Bengals 27-13 against the Ravens. Colts up 28-24 on the Texans now. And Panthers Saints tied at 7 late in the fourth. So, been a lot of close one-score games this year in the NFL, to say the least. We've got 2 games tied right now. This is a one-score game, got another one-score game, and then everything else is 2 scores. But, yeah, they show off the playoff format for the schedules for next week. We'll have, as we had last year, 2 on Sunday, or 2 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday, 1 on Monday, rather than the old format with the 6 teams, and then 2 and 2, and then 2 and 2 until 2-1 Championship Sunday in the Super Bowl, because they added the second consecutive year now with the 18 weeks, 17 games, the playoffs to 14 teams, 7 in the AFC, 7 in the NFC. But Pittsburgh needs to run the ball, work clock. They get 9 yards there. 2nd and 1, but nothing stupid. No penalties, no turnovers. Field goal would be nice. Touchdown would even be better. Just hold on to this win. Buffalo's up on New England, and the Jets are still tied with the Dolphins at 6. Pittsburgh needs to win, the Jets need to win, and the Bills need to win for the Steelers in order to make the playoffs. Pittsburgh wins, they get a winning record. Winning season at 9-8. They make the playoffs, then they make the playoffs. If they don't. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. But if they win and get the help, then they're in the playoffs. So here, under 10 to play, Pittsburgh's record in one-score games this year. First 14 weeks, they're 4-5. Last 3 weeks, yeah, because they're on a 3-game winning streak, they're 3-0. They started 2-6, but since the bye, they're 6-2. So, won 6 of 8, and they sit at 8-8, and they need win and help to make the playoffs. But win and winning record, got to call timeout though. Make sure they're set. So they'll have 2 left, 8:48 to play. They'll be 1st and 10 in the meantime. Deshaun Watson's 14-22, a $179. His 2 interceptions right now are the difference. They are. The first one went for 3 points. And then the second one there, Pittsburgh, what did they do with that one? They settled for 3 again? No, they kicked their other field goal before or right after halftime in the opening drive of the third quarter. They scored a touchdown off it. Yeah, so Watson, his 2 picks are to 10 Steeler points. So 14-22 for him, a $179, 2 touchdowns, sacked 4 times. But his 2 picks are the difference. Turnovers from Deshaun Watson to the Pittsburgh Steelers defense right now are the difference. Unless this drive's big for the Steelers, down 4, let alone, down 1. Or they had the 6-point lead because they had the 2 interceptions and the points off of it. But still big drive. They still got to score. Field goal would be nice. Touchdown's even better. But yeah, his 2 interceptions are the difference. So thank God they have them. It's 20-14, and they'll take a timeout with the timeout the Steelers called. So still 8:48 to play. It's 20-14. 20-14 and Pittsburgh Steeler ball, 1st and 10, I do believe I'm not mistaken. Patriots just scored. They're now down 5, make it 4 if the extra point's up and good. 11.5 to play. So back to 1-score games are still tied up. But yeah, going to be down to the wire here, man. But what's new? What is new with the Steelers? So timeout on the field. We'll get back to the action here momentarily. And then, we'll see who's in and who's out in the playoffs. And I'll leave it at that. Just always, once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And so hopefully they can hold on to this win. They have a lead in right now. And then the Jets win and the Bills also win. And then as a 7 seed, just like where last year, they'd have to go on the road the whole entire playoffs. They lost to the Chiefs in wild card round last year. They'd probably be going to Buffalo next week, but they might be going to Cincinnati as well. But it's going to be Buffalo, because if Buffalo wins, they're the 2 seed, and the Steelers need the Bills to win anyway. Because if the Bills lose, whether the Steelers win or not, they're not in, and then it's somebody else going to Buffalo or Cincinnati. So yeah, if Pittsburgh wins and they get the help, they'll be going as a 7 seed to upstate Western New York next week in Orchard Park to take on the Bills. Which, of course, they went to Buffalo mid-October, and Pickett's first start got blown out. Pat Freiermuth injured. That's not good. So Zach Gentry, Connor Hayward need to step up. Pickett, 2nd and 10, far side, back to Pickens. It's incomplete. 3rd and 10. So they're going to have to, once again, rely on this defense, man. 3rd and 10 coming up, but they're going to have to rely on this defense. Because if they don't convert, Cleveland's getting the ball back, and they're going to need to stop. You got to be kidding me. How in the hell do they always do this to themselves? I don't mind taking a shot there. I mean, it was just a little too much. 2nd, make it 3rd and 10 after the incompletion. From the 40, Pickett looking to throw again, and it's caught. Pickens. And no flag. No flag. That could have gone either way. Rather than a defensive pass interference, maybe an offensive pass interference, they let him play. Tomlin's still bitching out the refs, and rightfully so. Hey, he's holding them. He still caught it. They let it go. It's still caught and still Steeler first down. So 1st and 10 Pittsburgh. Pickens had some big catches today for sure, including the touchdown to tie it. And then they scored 10 unanswered. And then they scored 20 unanswered before they just gave up a touchdown. They have a 20-14 lead here, looking to put it away. 1st and 10, and they'll run the ball. Najee Harris. Far side and maybe 2-3 yards. So 2nd down. And another update. What do we got? The Patriots scored, but I don't think they made the extra point. Or they went for 2 and didn't get it. It's 28-23. All right. No good. All right. So 20-14 Steelers. Bills lead the Patriots 28-23. Yeah, they're going to make it a 1-score game with a field goal. If they would have got the 2, but they didn't. And then we're still tied at 6 with the Jets and Dolphins. But just like the Dolphins had to punt, now the Jets have to punt. God damn it. And what would be devastating would be as if they fucking tie. just know Steelers need to win, Jets need to win, and the Bills need to win. So that pass incomplete. It's 3rd down and 8. Yeah, Pickett for sure. I mean, he's still got a lot of learning to do. Rookie quarterback out of Pitt. Making a read here, making a read there. Missing a lot of big plays, and rightfully so. Deep down the middle, though, that's to Connor Hayward stepping up at tight end, as I said. He needs to, along with Zach Gentry, Freiermuth out. What a catch. And a big first down, Pittsburgh inside the 30 of Cleveland. On a rope. Down actually inside the 20 at the 15-yard line. The 1st and 10 Steelers knocking on the door. Touchdown's going to put it away. Field goal still gives them a 23-14 lead at 9, which is a 2-score game with under, 7 to play here. Got an injured defender. But Steelers up 20-14 here. Be 1st and 10 at the 15-yard line after that 3rd down conversion. Jets still tied with the Dolphins at 6. And the Bills up 5, 28-23 on the Patriots. They'll take a commercial break, so we'll get back to the action momentarily. Got to punch it in. I'm running the ball until I score it. At this point, I am. I'm not throwing it. I'm not turning it over. Field goal even does it, but then if they'd score, get the ball back, game-winning field goal could do it for them, and they'd win it then. So you'd want to score to go up 2 scores at 13, make it 14 potentially. You want to go for 2, you'd kick the extra point, be 27-14, but I'd rather have a touchdown than a field goal here. 27-14 rather than 23-14, but if you have to settle for 3, take the points, you're up 9. Because if you don't get anything, you're still up 6. Touchdown then wins it for them. So, injured defender, hopefully he's okay. But Pittsburgh knocking on the door. Be 1st and 10 from the 15-yard line. Officially at the 14, they say. So 1st and 10, and they'll hand off Najee Harris, trying to bounce back inside for 2. 2nd down. Fumble. Jets have it. No, they say incomplete. Son of a bitch. But 2 yards there by the Steelers. 2nd and 8 coming up. Bills just scored again, I might add. 34, make it 35-23. Pickett's pass deflected. It would have been probably caught in the end zone by Deontay Johnson. But incomplete. 3rd down. I'm running the ball. Even 3rd and 8, I'm running the ball. I want to work clock. I want to make them call a timeout. But at the same point in time, you want to take a shot. You want to at least get a 1st down. You want to score here. Empty set. This is a big play call here. 3rd and 8, what do? Warren motions back in the backfield. Play clock at 3, they get it off. Pickett looking to throw. Bullet caught at the marker. 1st down and goal. Connor Hayward again, man. Be 1st and 10. 1st and goal Steelers, 1st and goal Steelers. And the Bills just scored. 35-23 lead. Dolphins on to punt again. Jets getting the ball back with under 5 to play, and we're still tied at 6 there. So if the Steelers win, the Jets win, and the Bills win, Pittsburgh's in the playoffs. Make it happen. First and goal from the 3. Punch this sucker in. Jalen Warren bulldozes his way forward to the 1.5 2-yard line. Be second and goal. Yeah, you want to run the ball, work clock. Make them call their timeouts now. And the Browns do call timeout. They're first. They got 2 left with 4:48 to play. But, yeah, for sure. Huge drive if they can score and ice it and put it away. You know, from where they were earlier this year to where they're at now.
That's how you want to come out and play. When you've got to have it, when you've got to make a play, you're fighting for your playoff lives. I mean, that's exactly what you want to see. Not just Pickett. You saw Pickens make great grabs.
But second and goal after the timeout from the 2. Yeah. For sure. For sure. Out of the eye. Maybe give it to Derek Watt. Zach Gentry in motion. And they're looking his way on the throw. Back of the end zone, though. Incomplete. 10 for Zach Gentry. Or Connor Hayward, excuse me. The other tight end, 83. Third and goal from the 2. I don't mind that play call. It just wasn't there on the first read. Went to the back. Threw it and put it where his receiver could get it, but it went right through his hands. So incomplete, third and goal.
You can feel the urgency of the Steelers. You can. You certainly can. But how agonizing is the Jets?
Come on, let's go. Score here, yeah, 6-6. Jets and Dolphins. Jets ball, I might add. Third and goal Steelers, though. Pickett's pass in the end zone, incomplete. All right, kick it. There's a flag, penalty. Pass interference. Pass interference on the defense. Automatic first down. First and goal at the 1, since it occurred in the end zone. Pass interference, defense. So they make up for the roughing the passer. I mean, even a field goal there, if it stays incomplete, no penalty, 9-point lead. But now you got a first and goal at the 1. Run the ball. Don't fumble like you did at the start of the game at the goal line. Make them call their timeouts. Field goal could still do it. Touchdown for sure. Hell, 6-point lead as it is might, if you can work clock that much, which, you know, from the 1-yard line with 4:40 to play, that's going to be pretty tough. But they're trying to quiet the crowd. First and goal at the 1. They're going to call a timeout. Play clock winding down. They're not going to reset it for them. So Pittsburgh with 1 timeout. 4:40 to play. First and goal at the 1. Up 6. But they need to win. The Jets need to win. They're tied at 6 with the Dolphins. About 4 minutes to play as well. Bills up on the Patriots 35-23 with about 8 to play. So, my God. Yeah, wait to see what happens elsewhere. God damn it, the Jets are going to have to punt again. Jets defense needs a turnover is what they need. And they'll down at about the 32-yard line. First and goal Steelers, though, from the 1. Handoff, Derek Watt, touchdown Steelers. And they went back to that fullback counter that they ran on 3rd and short earlier. Touchdown Steelers, 26-14 with 4:37 to play. They're going to go for 2, make it a 14-point lead. I mean, and then if not, then you're still up 12. 26-14 was the final when they beat the Browns late last year at home, I might add. We'll see if they bring that up. And Roethlisberger's final home game as the Steelers starting quarterback. Of course, they sent Mayfield out of town. Made the playoffs then a week later as they won and then got help. They score here, going to go for 2 to make it a 14-point lead. A fade, and it's caught. And the conversion's good. Pickett to Deontay Johnson. Steelers now lead at 28-14 with 4:37 to play. Browns going to get it back. Only 2 timeouts and 2-minute warning. So they're going to have to, score and make sure they score pretty fast and hope to get the ball back and score again faster. But we have this. Steelers 14-point lead, 28-14 on top of the Browns. The Bills are still up 35-23 on the Patriots. However, once again, the Jets and Dolphins are still tied at 6. Pittsburgh needs to win, the Jets need to win, and the Bills need to win. Oh my God. You gotta be kidding me. And guess what? The Dolphins have the football too here. And they're at the 2-minute warning. So far, so good. They're going to win, it looks like. Get a winning season and a winning record. Browns return out past the 30. Tackle him to the 42. Jesus Christ. Penalty on the play might be coming back for a hold or a block in the back, and it is. Be 10 yards or half the distance. We'll see where it occurred at. But Steelers, Jets, Bills, come on. Got to hold. 10 yards, first down Cleveland. But it's 28-14. And just watch. They're going to win. The Bills are going to win. But then Jets, Dolphins. Who knows what's going to happen there. And then it's going to go back to both of those losses in October. When, Pickett came in the second half. And the play calling and the turnovers cost them. And they couldn't stop the run. And then defensively in South Beach on a Sunday night, they couldn't get any turnovers, even though they had numerous chances to win. 1st and 10, Cleveland from the 15. Come on, D. And a handoff for 5. 2nd and 5, Cleveland from the 20. But yeah, about 4 minutes to play here, 2 minutes to play with the Jets and Dolphins still tied at 6. And remember, the difference in that game is a Jet missed field goal. They'd be up right now 9-6. Browns get a field goal. Or Browns get a first down, excuse me. Hopefully the Dolphins don't get a field goal, let alone a touchdown. Jets defense needed a turnover. So 1st and 10, Cleveland. Watson looking to throw. Pump fakes. Highsmith along with Watt. And Cam Hayward again. Going to sack him. Hey, you going to call roughing the passer on that? I don't think so. Because the first one wasn't. Neither is this. Tom Brady's going to have a losing record for the first time in his career. They lose, but they're making the playoffs as the NFC South champs. They lose at Atlanta. That game just went final. But we don't care about that. We care about the Steelers winning, the Jets winning, and the Bills winning. But if Pittsburgh wins, then the others don't happen. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Then they're out. Oh, come on. They're going to throw a flag on that. Unless it's coming back. There's no way in hell that was a face mask or a horse collar tackle. Pick that up. They're going to give Miami a first down. God damn it. But 2nd down and long for Cleveland. Watson dumps off. Robert Spillane and Minka Fitzpatrick on the tackle. Be third down with, give me hell yeah, 3rd and 16. 3-1-6 to play, excuse me. 3rd and 12. But the Jets need to stun the Dolphins. Yeah, this might do it. This 3rd and 12. 4th down coming up, potentially pump fake by Watson. And then tucks it and runs. But here's your ball game coming up, folks. Oh, 4th and 6, 4th and 7. Cleveland with a timeout. Clock's rolling. They still have a 2-minute warning, but they're down 14. This game's over. So Steelers are going to win. Just depends on what the final score is. Bills seemingly going to beat the Patriots, but the Dolphins are going to potentially set up for a game-winning field goal. And remember, the difference is a missed Jet field goal from earlier. Because if they have that, this Dolphin field goal will be a tie to force overtime. You can hope for a miss. The Steelers made the playoffs off of a made field goal last year from the Raiders, who then they beat on Christmas Eve a couple weeks ago. 1st and 10 Browns. This will be the 2-minute warning. Oh, the 2nd down and about 8. But, oh my God. Steelers have about 2 minutes left in their season if they don't make the playoffs. And right now, God damn it, man. The fucking Dolphins, of all fucking teams, gonna keep the Steelers out of the playoffs. Jets call their final timeout. They're still tied at 6. You gotta be kidding me. And then with New England's loss, Miami wins, they're in. Then they'll go back to Buffalo. Remember, they lost up there a couple weeks ago. They beat them at home earlier in the year, but Miami's on a 5-game losing streak. We'll see what they draw up here. But a missed field goal by the Jets right now is the difference. They'd be up 9-6. But then Miami is going to kick a game winner here, it looks like. Son of a bitch. At least if the Steelers win here, they're going to have the winning record and a winning season, which that streak continues. Nobody can take that from them. And it's like they got to fill some holes in the offseason, of course. Jets with a big stop. So it'll be a long field goal for Miami. From about the 35-yard line. Maybe the 33, depending on forward progress. It's going to be about a 53-yard field goal for the Dolphins. And the Jets can't ice them there to call the 3rd and final timeout. Remember, Miami's going to drain the clock here. So there's 23 seconds left in that game. But in the meantime, it's 2nd and 6 for the Browns. Ball at the 47, empty set. Watson looking to throw. And pass is almost picked off by Pierre. Big hit by Minka. It's incomplete. 3rd down. A 50-yard field goal for the Dolphins with 23 seconds. And the Dolphins' field goal is up and good. 9-6. And the difference is a missed Jet field goal earlier. So the Jets are going to have to drive and field goal to tie. Touchdown wins it. So, yeah, if Buffalo's going to beat New England and the Dolphins win, Miami's in, regardless of what Pittsburgh does here. Watson's pass complete. First down to Njoku. A missed field goal by the Jets right now is the difference. Son of a bitch. That's why you got to take care of business yourself, which they are, but it goes back to the Jet and Dolphin losses earlier this year. And they won't even be in this situation right now. Like it'd be the other teams wanting Pittsburgh to lose. Because then Pittsburgh with a win would be in. And the Jets with no timeouts got to get in field goal range to tie, let alone a touchdown to win it. We've seen a couple kickoff returns for touchdowns today. Why not one right now? They just show off the highlight of the field goal by the Dolphins. And they'll have a return and to the 31-yard line. 13 seconds though. Of all teams, the fucking Dolphins. 1st and 20 for Cleveland. And Chubb on the reception for about 12. He's 2nd and 8. Yeah, so even with the win today, they're not going to make the playoffs if the Dolphins win here. Watson gets strip sacked, ball's loose, Cleveland recovers. And the Jets, Joe Flacco with a deep ball, it's incomplete. That was 2nd down. Got an injured Brown defender. And remember, Joe Flacco has a cannon of an arm. And he's sort of turning into a journeyman quarterback now, but they'll take a break. And 2nd and 10 for the Jets. This might be it right here. Flacco going to step up, heave it far side, and it's incomplete again. So 3rd down, no penalties. And now they're going to have to play hook and ladder, it looks like. We've seen a Miami Miracle before. Why not a 2.0 of it? So here's your ball game. Flacco, quick pass near side. Now they got to play hook and ladder. Going the wrong way. Wrong way. Back to the wrong end zone. And the Dolphins are going to beat the Jets. And Miami's going to be in the playoffs. Because New England's going to lose to Buffalo, and regardless of what Pittsburgh does here, which they're going to beat Cleveland. 3 things. A missed Jet field goal today, along with a Steeler loss to the Jets and a Steeler loss to the Dolphins, is going to keep the Pittsburgh Steelers out of the playoffs this year. Even with a winning record at 9-8. God damn it. Yeah, it's coulda, woulda, shoulda. Back to earlier in the year. Remember that Jet game? Pickett comes in the second half. This does sting for sure. Watson rolls out, and it'll be incomplete. But the play calling along with turnovers and then not being able to stop the run against the Jets is why they lost. And then against the Dolphins, they just didn't, in that game, defensively, make enough plays, make enough stops. Since the bye, because they were 2-6 going into the bye. Since the bye, they're going to finish at 7-2 and finish overall at 9-8 this year. It's still, as Watson gets sacked, fourth down, and they'll get the snap it once more. There's about a second differential between game clock and play clock, but this will be it. Pittsburgh going to take a knee, but at this point, everybody knows the Steelers, even with the win, they're going to get help from the Bills, but they're not going to get help from the Jets, and the Steelers aren't going to make the playoffs. So they made it in the last second last year. They miss out on the last second this year. Watson, with 5 seconds and counting, going to roll out, and then Hayward sacks them. And that's how the Steelers season's going to end. Pittsburgh's going to beat Cleveland. They split with everyone in the AFC North. 28-14 your final score. They're 9-8. It's a winning record and another winning season for the Pittsburgh Steelers, something they have not had happen since 2003 still. But they're still not going to make the playoffs because they needed to win along with help from the Bills and Jets. Buffalo is going to give them the help with the win over the Patriots. But the Jets lose at the Dolphins, so Miami's in. Steelers beat the Browns at 28-14. So they'll finish at 9-8, but yeah, that's a gut punch. That stings. Especially right down the wire like that. As they'll give us updates, but at this point, it doesn't matter. The AFC playoff is set. We just don't know official seedings. We'll know later on tonight, but it's going to be Kansas City, Buffalo, Cincinnati, and Jacksonville, along with Baltimore, the Chargers, and the Dolphins. The NFC, as Sunday Night Football, will come down to the 7 seed as well. Right now you have the Eagles, 49ers, the Vikings, and the Buccaneers making the playoffs with a losing record, along with the Cowboys, the Giants, and one of the 3 teams with the Seahawks, Packers, or Lions. And then the playoffs begin next week. We'll have 2 games on Saturday, 3 games next Sunday, and a Monday night game. That's the Super Wildcard round, of course, the divisional round in 2 weeks, followed by the conference championship games. We'll see if there's going to be a coin flip for next week, along with the neutral site for the AFC championship game at the end of the month or not. Only time will tell. But then Super Bowl 57 will be February the 12th. The Steelers are going to end the season on a 4-game winning streak and winning 7 of 9 since the bye week, as they entered the bye week at 2-6. Go back to the 1-score losses and getting swept by the whole entire AFC East. But 1-score losses even at home since the bye week. And overall this season, because you go back before the bye week, they only won once at home. And it was against the Bucs. Because remember, they started the season off with an overtime win against the Bengals. They didn't win again until they beat the Bucs. And then they go on a bye after Halloween. 1 lost, 1-2 lost, and then 1-4 in a row to end the year. But it's the 1-score losses. It's getting swept by the AFC East. It's losing at home against divisional opponents against the Bengals and Ravens as well. Another one-score games, I might add, until they beat the Browns today. So as mentioned, they split with the whole entire division of the AFC North. Beat the Bengals week 1, lost to them right before Thanksgiving. Lost to the Browns on a Thursday night, week 3. Just beat the Browns today. And they played the Ravens twice within the past month. Lost at home, won last week on the road. So that sort of cancels itself out, though. You know, it's 1-1 against the Bengals, Browns, and Ravens, in which Cleveland's going to finish in dead last, Pittsburgh in third, Cincinnati wins the North, Baltimore in second. If they meet next week, even though the Bengals won the division, a coin flip's going to decide on who is hosting the game, with what happened last Monday from a postponement to a cancellation because the Bengals, along with the Bills, who just beat the Patriots officially 35-23, played, of course, one last game. So the Steelers win, they get help in one of the two games they need help from. But then the Dolphins beat the Jets. Pittsburgh needed to win along with the Bills to beat the Patriots, which they did. But then the Jets to beat the Dolphins, which they did not. Miami beats New York. So they split, I might add. Miami's probably going to lose next weekend anyway, and Dolphins fans will tell you that. Because they'll be going to Buffalo. Miami's going to be the 7 seed. Buffalo with the win, they're the 2. So, yeah, Dolphins, Bills next week in the wildcard round. That's set in stone. Bengals are going to be your 3 seed, so of course they beat the Ravens. Right now, if the Chargers win, they'd be 5. But if they lose, Baltimore would be 5. You'd have Kansas City on a bye, Miami at Buffalo. Jacksonville is either hosting the Chargers or the Ravens, depending on what happens here with Chargers, Broncos. And then whoever Jacksonville doesn't play, Cincinnati is going to play. And then if it's Baltimore and Cincinnati again and a rematch, a coin flip will decide on who hosts. So that's the AFC playoffs. NFC, it depends on what happens still. But like I said, the 7th seed still up for grabs as well. It's either going to be Seattle, Green Bay, or Detroit. We'll get into the official seeding and the official matchups when we know them later. Okay? But for the time being, well, CBS is going to give us bonus coverage from Browns, Steelers, to Patriots, Bills, now to Ravens, Bengals, which even with 3 minutes to play, this game's over. So the Bengals are going to win. They're up 11. So just cross it off. Give them a W already while you're at it. But then the big question is for the Ravens next week, does Lamar Jackson play? Because he hasn't played in over a month now. And they're a totally different team without him. And for the Dolphins, does Tua come back? Because, you know, Kansas City has Mahomes, Buffalo has Allen, Cincinnati has Burrow, Jacksonville has Lawrence, and then the Chargers have Herbert. They're either going to be the 5 or 6. And if they're not, the Ravens will be the other 5 or 6. And then does Jackson come back, and does Tua come back? The Steelers miss out on the playoffs. And now we're just going to give a recap as we always do. And that's the thing. Whatever happens, happens. Whoever's in and playing whoever next week is going to be the way it is. End of story. So the AFC is set once again. We'll know the NFC later. So coming in today, there's 6 teams vying for 2 spots. One of them has been filled. We'll know seeding later. But then now there's 3 teams vying for 1 spot. And we'll know that seeding as well later. But just overall, we'll talk more about the NFL playoffs later on. Talk about the Steelers here now. Recap as we always do. Season comes to an end on a 4-game winning streak. Winning 7 of 9 since the bye week. Totally different team from week 1 to Halloween. Well, they're at 2-6. And then coulda, woulda, shoulda is what it comes down to. And, it's 1-score losses. From turnovers then, to not being able to run the football then, to penalties as well, to play calling overall. To after the bye week, they, cleaned up a lot of that. They did. And they haven't lost in a month. And come the start of next year, do the math, it'd be about 9, maybe 10 months. From training camp to an undefeated preseason. Remember, they beat the Seahawks, they beat the Lions, and they beat the Jaguars. And then they win week 1 in overtime, lose 4 in a row, 1, lost 2 in a row, 1 on a bye. But since that bye week, they've only lost twice. It was at home to a divisional opponent, in the Bengals and Ravens, and they beat the Browns at home today. So at least they didn't go winless at home against the AFC North. They split with everyone in the AFC North. They won at Cincinnati and won at Baltimore. Lost at Cleveland, but beat Cleveland at home, but then they couldn't beat the Ravens and Bengals at home. Those 2 games hurt. Losing close games as well and getting swept by the AFC East hurts, I might add as well, because that's officially, at the end of the day, what kept them out of the playoffs. But back to coulda, woulda, shoulda. The Jet game. Pickett comes in the second half. They needed a spark. They got it. But then turnovers, along with not having a running game and not being able to run the football. Said that twice. So I'll repeat myself again, and I'll word it differently this time, so my bad. When they played the Jets, October the 2nd is when it was. Officially week 4. Kenny Pickett came in at halftime. They needed a spark. They got just that. They had a 10-point lead in that game, okay? But turnovers, and then offensively, not having a running game, and defensively, not being able to stop the run, got it right that time, is what did them in. Okay? In that game, go back 2 weeks prior to that, though, the home opener against the Patriots. Remember that game. Safety to a touchback to a field goal, Patriots win by 3. That was the difference then. It was. But it's more so than not. Okay, they got blown out at Buffalo. They'd probably be getting blown out at Buffalo again next week if they would have made the playoffs. Because that's where they'd be heading. But they're not. Season's over with. We'll see what Mike Tomlin has to say. We'll see if coordinators, assistant coaches are returning or not. Kenny Pickett's the starting quarterback. We'll see if Trubisky's backing him up. But they have Najee Harris and Jalen Warren at tailback. They like Benny Snell. They kept him around this long. They clearly like him for special teams. I mean, a number 3 back behind those 2, though. An upgrade from Snell. I mean, they've had Tony McFarland. Remember, they signed Jeremy McNichols, but he never played this year because he got hurt. Maybe you have a hole there. Derek Watt's still going to be at fullback. They need a number 3 receiver. Freiermuth got hurt. Hopefully he's okay. But I think they'll be okay with Connor Hayward behind him at tight end. Zach Gentry potentially to stick around too. Wouldn't be bad to get another tight end for that matter. Let alone another couple of receivers because they've been able to find them. We'll get more into that in a minute, but that's just off the top of my head for the time being. But yeah, it goes back to a couple things kept them out, and it's coulda, woulda, shoulda. First off, it's losses against the Jets and Dolphins, because then they needed the Jets to beat the Dolphins today and the Bills to beat the Patriots. It's losses to the New England Patriots and Buffalo Bills, I might add as well. It's getting swept by the whole entire AFC East. It's losing close one-score games, when lately they've been able to find a way to win the one-score games. 4-game winning streak to end the season after they had a 4-game losing streak in between their first and second wins at the start of the season. And then back-to-back road losses by a week, but been a totally different team since then. 2-6 to finish at 9-8, winning 7 of 9, winning record, winning season. Still haven't had one of those since 2003. That speaks for something. At this point, I mean, yeah, it sucks they missed out on the playoffs. I don't know officially what, other than its winning record. Winning season, teams would love to have that. So build off of that, continue to build off of that. They're going to have a mid-round first-round pick. They build through the draft. They did last year, sign more than they normally do in free agency. We'll see if that continues with new management, not new ownership. Of course, the Rooney still own the team. Tomlin's still the head coach, but no more Kevin Colbert, as Omar Khan just went through his first full season as a Steeler GM. And recently they've signed a lot of guys off practice squads. Made some moves at the deadline. It's made a lot of moves since the end of last year till now that normally they wouldn't make. So we'll see key pieces here and there, who's on the roster and who's not moving forward, okay? And we'll get more into that talk in a minute, because there are some holes. And yeah, we'll get more into that in a minute, okay? Get more into that in a minute. Because I can guarantee you right now, Devin Bush is not coming back. He's the one for sure who is long gone, player-wise. Matt Canada might be gone as the offense coordinator. Might stick around. At the same point in time, they scored 28 points today in a win. 28 points today in a win was the most points they scored all fucking season in a win, I might add. It's week 18, okay? It's week 18. Wait till the last fucking minute again, why don't you? Well, they did. They needed to win, which they did as well. But then they had to ask for help, which you never want to do unless you absolutely have to, which they still did. They got it from one, but not the other. So that hurts, no doubt about it, including to the fucking Dolphins of all teams. But, it's coulda, woulda, shoulda back to, the one-score close losses earlier this year, from losing at home by 3 to the Patriots, by losing at home by 4 to the Jets, by losing at Miami by 6. Yeah, they got blown out by Buffalo on the road as well, but those 3 games stick out for sure. Along with the 2 one-score games at home that they lost in division against both the Bengals and Ravens, once again, who they split with all 3 other teams in the AFC North, 1-1 against the Bengals, the Browns, and the Ravens. They finish at 9-8, but they're going to miss out on the playoffs, unfortunately. So yeah, it feels like it's going to be a long off season, for what it's worth. To this point, with what just ensued. As these 4 o'clock games are now, starting. So we'll see who wins those, as we've seen, who's already won this week, and, who's going to win later, and who's officially going to be in the playoffs, and who's playing who seeding wise, and where the games are, and so on and so forth. We'll get more into the playoff discussion later. I've said my piece on that. It sucks that Pittsburgh's not in, because they're so fucking close. But it's back to, once again, coulda, woulda, shoulda, man. Close 1-score losses is what keeps them out. The first half of the season, if they win maybe 1, let alone 2, if not for sure 3 of the games they lost, be right there about 500 going in the bye, give or take. Maybe, a couple of games below still, but not 2-6. And then they still finish the way they did, winning 7-9. Finished at 9-8. I mean, I thought coming into the season, and you can check me on this, go back and listen, watch all you want. But it's coming from the horse's mouth himself. So, believe me, don't believe me, I don't give a shit. I thought they'd win 9, 10, maybe even 11, 12 games. They're on the bottom end of that. But it was just the name of the game in the whole entire NFL this season with 1-score games. We'll see if we get an official number on games decided by 7 points or less this season in 2022 in that football league or not come Super Bowl time. Because who knows what the hell's going to happen in the playoffs. The playoffs are a whole nother season. Survive in advance. Get to the promised land, you're hoisting the Lombardi. Which Pittsburgh has 6 of. And they're the first team to win 6 Super Bowls. And it's, been 12 years since they last went to the Super Bowl. It's been 14 years since they last went and won a Super Bowl. I don't want people calling for Mike Tomlin's head, because he ain't going fucking anywhere, okay? They'd be stupid as hell to fire him. Or let him walk. Because he's going to have a job in a fucking second elsewhere, okay? That's not happening. It's on-field play, which, of course, he's the head coach. It circles back to him, no doubt about it. But, give me a list then of names of who you'd rather have that you think would be better. Because there really isn't one, okay? Not right now, there's not. As the other day was the anniversary of Bill Cowher retiring. Of course, Tomlin took over in 2007 and has been in Pittsburgh now as the head coach of the Steelers 1 year longer than Bill Cowher was. And, of course, Cowher went to 2 Super Bowls, won 1. Tomlin also has gone to 2 Super Bowls and won 1 as well. And I know people are going to say, well, those teams were still Cowher's teams and blah, 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 blah. But the standard is the standard, okay? The Steelers have had a lot of success. And when I say a lot of success through history, I mean a lot of success that other teams would also love to have, which they don't, okay? So, from the top down, yeah, there's going to be changes. There's going to be movement, as there is every year. Because if you don't change, you don't evolve, you're staying still. And once again, we'll get into the, player situations and positions and all that in a minute, once again. Because I think it's going to be more so than not all around, a spot here, a spot there. I don't think nothing major, player-wise, is going to happen that, sort of, we don't already know about. Because it's one, getting the talent. Two, it's coaching them. And three, it's execution. And once again, the name of the game this season with execution in one-score games, it's just been league-wide, but it hurt the Steelers early, but then it helped the Steelers late. They don't go on this 4-game winning streak right now. We're not even sitting here, with, okay, if they win and get help, they're in the playoffs, because the season would have been over then, okay? Like, they would have been out of it a ways back. But they still win today. They've won 4 straight, 7-9. Finished at 9-8. It's a winning record and a winning season. So, like I said, that has to, speak for something. That's something to be proud of. That streak continues with non-losing seasons. Whereas, some teams just broke playoff appearance streak, let alone some teams are still having been out of the playoffs for years and years and years, and potentially years to come. The standard is a standard. They've had a lot of success that other teams are not about would love to have, but they don't. Pittsburgh does. So, cry about it. No doubt about it. It's a tough way, even with a win, to end the season. There's going to be guys cleaning out lockers this week, potentially for the final time in the black and gold, let alone their career if they'd retire. So Pickett's rookie year, people compare him to Ben, just because back-to-back years here, go from Hall of Fame quarterback to rookie out of Pitt. He gets a lot of leeway for sure because of that. If he'd went anywhere else and he does something bad, they'd be on his ass. But 15-1 in an AFC Championship appearance in the playoffs to 9-8 and no playoff appearance for the two quarterbacks in their rookie years. Remember, Ben won the Super Bowl in his second year, though. So there's that to look forward to next year, if you really want to compare. Okay? I'll leave it at that with that. But just, overall this year, man, it was... And we'll update stats and scores and whatnot. Actually, we'll probably should get into that now, because then we'll end with discussing the Steelers. Deshaun Watson was 19-29 today, 230 yards passing, sacked 7 times by the Steeler defense. Officially, a half a sack to T.J. Watt, a full sack to Larry Obi-Wan Kenobi Ogunjobi, 2 sacks to Cam Hayward, and 2.5 sacks to Alex Highsmith. They also intercepted him twice, which they capitalized off of both of those for a total of 10 points. The first interception was from Levi Wallace right before halftime. The second was from DeMonte KZ. You know what they need moving forward next year? They need a spark in the return game. From Gunnar Olszewski to Steven Sims. Okay, new number 3 receiver. They have Anthony Miller and they have Calvin Austin III, I might add. But they were both injured all season long. So Miles Boykin gets thrown in, even though he's been around the block a time or two. He hasn't done much in his career, but, reliable at times, but they never really threw him the ball this year. Deontay Johnson's going to go into the second year of his 3-year deal, whether he's worth it or not. Did he have a touchdown today? No, it was George Pickens. So Deontay Johnson going to end the season I believe, with an NFL record of most catches in a year without a receiving touchdown, if I'm not mistaken. 2 for 38 today on 10 targets. But Pickens is truly the number one at times, as is Deontay Johnson. So there's a 1-2 there. They need a number 3 receiver. They signed Anthony Miller. He has, chemistry with Trubisky, but Pickett moving forward. I mean, receivers are receivers. He's going to catch the ball from whatever quarterback's throwing the football. But they drafted Calvin Austin III, but he was banged up all year. And they can find receivers. So maybe they sign somebody, maybe they draft somebody again. But they don't have a good 4, 5, 6 deep and then a 1-2 punch at tight end like they used to. But because at times Pat Freiermuth is the number 3 receiver. He is. Let alone the number 1 receiver at times. Which he had 2 targets but no catches today, injured as well. Hopefully he's okay, but season's over, so any injuries, they'll have time to recuperate now. Najee, 23 of 84 today and a touchdown. After an 1,000-yard season last year. We'll see if he surpassed that or not this year. I'll have to check in on that. If anybody does, in fact, know, in the comments below. But, yeah, Watson, 19 of 29, 230 yards passing, 2 touchdowns and 2 picks. They sacked him 7 times. They stopped Nick Chubb pretty good after a fast start. 12 carries, 77 yards rushing for him. Watson also had 6 carries, 44 yards rushing. Kareem Hunt, 413. They have a 1-2 punch at back, though. Najee Harris and the Bulldozer and Jalen Warren, undrafted rookie free agent, for God's sakes, out of Oklahoma State. He'll be around until he isn't, He'll be around. And when I say that, it means that, just something happens. He gets hurt. They move on from him, find somebody else. Or just he moves on his own, or just Najee and Jalen Warren are going to be around. And that's what they got to get back to old school football, and they did late in the year, since the bye week, by running the football and playing good defense, and it helped. Of course, T.J. Watt returned as well, I might add. Remember, he was hurt week 1, didn't return until after the bye week, as he tore his pec and then got his knee scoped and wrecking havoc in the backfield. And he'll be the number 1 Watt brother moving forward with JJ seemingly retiring. And then Derek also on the Steelers. Maybe they can get JJ to, hell, he did sign a 2-year deal with the Cardinals. That's the end of this 2-year deal. Looks like they might have some movement at the top with the coaching change potentially. Maybe he's just saying, hey, this is going to be my final home game, as he stated, not in his NFL career, but just as a Cardinal. Because, it would have been big that they got him alongside TJ a couple years ago, but they didn't. He went elsewhere. Teams are going to try to get his ass to come out of retirement, come playoff time for sure. But yeah, from JJ, Pittsburgh has TJ. And hopefully he'll be around for a long time and longer than what his brothers played. Both former Badgers and future Hall of Famers. But Amari Cooper today, 2 catches, 51 yards. Nick Chubb, 5 of 45 of the backfield and a touchdown. David Njoku had 4 catches, 42 yards receiving as well. And a touchdown. Donovan Peoples-Jones, 2 of 42. Harrison Bryant, 2 of 20. Michael Woods and Hunt had 15 yards receiving. Pittsburgh, though, as they had more first downs than the Browns today at 23-18. They were 9 of 15 on third down. More total yards all around, more passing and more rushing. The run game at times, was a difference, but Pittsburgh only had 4 penalties for 20 yards, so roll that up and smoke it, but it's going to be a long off season. Those penalties felt like they were bigger because they happened on big plays, whereas the Browns had 9 penalties for 65 yards. Pittsburgh controlled the clock by about 2 minutes or so, pretty split today. But overall, the difference in this game was the 2 Watson interceptions that led to 10 Steeler points. And the Steelers win it by 14, 28-14. Kenny Pickett, as he didn't start until week 5 at Buffalo, where Pittsburgh would be going next week in the wild card round of the playoffs, if they would have made it, but they did not. They won. They got help from one of the 2 teams they didn't help from, but not the other. So they're out. Season's over. And finished at 9-8, which is a winning record, winning season. But remember, Trubisky started the first 4 games. Pickett came in at halftime, the Jet game, and then started a week later at Buffalo. Lost that game, but then as he battled a couple injuries this year as well, switched up the helmet late, I might add. But Kenny Pickett as the starting quarterback in his rookie year for the Pittsburgh Steelers officially was in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Missed the Panther game. 10, 11, 12 starts. Kenny Pickett in 12 starts was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 4 as a Steelers starting quarterback. Right? Yeah, because he lost to the Bills. That's one loss. Lost to the Dolphins. Lost at the Eagles. Or 7-5, excuse me. Lost to the Bengals and Ravens as well. But I'm not even going to count that Raven game the first time around either. Even though he did start, remember, he only threw 1 pass because he went down early. So, okay, let's cross that game out, even though he did start and they lost, so he's credit with a loss. Okay, let me count these again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. How did I miss one? Did I not count the Raven game already? Or no, I didn't count the Panther game because he didn't start that. That's right. But, well, in 13, well, yeah, that's still 12 games because he missed that. Yeah, all right. Let me do basic math here and go back to kindergarten. Why don't I again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll say the Ravens game was 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, I missed the Panther game. That's 8 and 4. How do I get 7 and 5? 1 win. Another, that's 2, 3, 4, 5. Or 5, 6, 7. I counted the Panther win, even though I knew that's my bet. Didn't start. Okay, so give him an extra one. So in 12 starts, yeah, 7 and 5. 3 before the bye week, twice after. The last 2 losses at home against the Bengals and Ravens. So, all right. One way or another, 12 starts for Pickett. 7 and 5 as the starting quarterback this year. Beat the Buccaneers. Beat the Saints. Beat the Colts. Beat the Falcons. Beat the Raiders, the Ravens, and the Browns today. But then lost to the Bills, the Dolphins, the Eagles, along with the Bengals and Ravens. So in 12 starts, we'll say 7 and 5 as it is, but 7 and 4 truly in 12 starts, but only 11 games. Missed one because of injury that they won, but he didn't play hardly at all against the Ravens first time around. And then a game-winning touchdown drive against them last weekend. So they won 4 straight within 3 straight with him as the starting quarterback. From 2-6 to 6-2 to make it 7-2. Now 9-8. They've won 7-9 since the bye. Kenny Pickett today was 13 of 29, a $195 and a touchdown. And this offensive line this year, not enough credit to them. From Dan Moore to Kevin Dotson to Mason Cole to James Daniels to Chuk. They protected them pretty damn good at times. And then earlier in the season, there's a couple games they all had a penalty apiece in every game. But then they cracked down and they were able to block and able to run the football and able to protect. I doubt, but I'd keep the offensive line the way it is. I would. I mean, maybe there's a player or two here or there that might leave or they might bring in that's better, as they've done in years past. But, Dan Moore and Dotson have been around. They have. Along with Chuk. Mason Cole and James Daniels were the two new additions up front this year. And James Daniels back in black and gold at right guard. Go from the Big Ten to the Steel City. And I think the offensive line didn't get enough credit this year. I'd keep that the way it is. But like I said, if there's somebody bigger and better that's gonna fill a spot, or if there's movement beforehand and they got to fill a spot because of that, or if there's a player they just can't pass up, that's a different story. You deal with that situation then. But they finally got back to being able to run the football. Now, can they continue to build off of it is the question. So I do get my 3 wins from New Year's to now that I wanted, but no playoff appearance. But a Rose Bowl win and a winning season. I'll take it. I will. I'm not going to be a hypocrite about it and say, well, this and that, but no. Because like I said, I honestly rather have the winning record than the playoff appearance. But I'd love to have the winning record and a playoff appearance and playoff wins then. But at times you can't have both. It's one or the other. And they get the winning season and another winning season hopefully next year and the years to come. And that's the thing. Steelers aren't going anywhere. And people know it. They're not America's team because they turned it down and the Cowboys were handed that then. Back in the day. But, I mean, I get you like this team or dislike this team for whatever reason, but the Steelers are loved and respected because they do things the right way. I said it with Penn State, and I've always said that with Penn State and the Steelers, and I'm saying it again because it's true. I mean, the success. Start and end there. Because other teams would love to have it, but yet they don't. They wish, but they don't have it. But yeah. Just this season, man. Came and went like that for sure. And so I don't know where the hell football season went. Well, in 2022, for that matter. Here we are in 2023 already. So they finished at 9-8, 4-game winning streak. But they've already won now twice in the new year, technically for this season. But it's a building block, to continue to do what they do, and that's go out and win. Yeah, they might lose at times, as they had this year in one-score games, or getting blown out, or anywhere in between, for that matter. Games they should have won, for sure. And, like I said, last year, they needed to win and get the help that they needed to get to make the playoffs, and they got it. This year, not so much. They won, got a little help, but not all of it. Because it, once again, goes back to losing close one-score games they should have won, getting swept by the AFC East, and then, honestly, the 2 home losses in division to the Bengals and Ravens hurt them as well. Just overall, losing sucks. So you name the games to win. And if you win, take care of business, you're going to be in a good spot. The rest will sort itself out. Which they won. Half of it got sorted out, but they don't get the help they need, and the season's over now. So they do win, but they're not going to the playoffs. Just like a lot of other teams that won today, that whether they're going to the playoffs or not either. Week 18, season's over. Black Monday tomorrow for coaches. There's going to be 14 of the 32 teams that are playing on. Everybody else is on next year. So, in Week 18 in the National Football League now, recap, and then we'll preview the playoffs later. As officially, we know the AFC. We just don't know the official seeding, along with a few of the matchups. But it's Kansas City, Buffalo, Cincinnati, and Jacksonville, along with Baltimore, the LA Chargers, and unfortunately the Miami Dolphins. The Chiefs and the Bills, the Bengals there as well, coming off Super Bowl appearance last year. Jaguars playing good defense. I don't know, long term though, if they're going to have what it takes. Chargers with experience. I mean, that's why they play the game though. I don't know. But the last couple times the Chargers were in the playoffs, though, they won the wild card round and made it the divisional round. So there's that for you. But then, like I said, is Lamar Jackson going to play? Is Tua going to play? If Kansas City, Buffalo, or Cincinnati out of the AFC is not in the Super Bowl, I'd be surprised. Okay? I'll leave it at that. The NFC, it's Philadelphia. They're up 10-0 on the Giants right now. They win, they get the number 1 seed. They lose, it gets interesting. Because then you have the 49ers, the Vikings, and the Cowboys all in the mix as well. But the NFC, it's Philly, San Fran, Minnesota, and Tampa Bay with a losing record. Tom Brady's first losing season, even though they're still making the playoffs at 8-9 as NFC South champs. First time that's happened in his 23-year career. Is he going to retire again? Is he going to return? Only time will tell, but they'll play next week. Have a home game. That game is not going to be decided by a coin flip. But we could have, if it is, in fact, depending on what happens with Chargers and Broncos, they're tied at 7 right now. Potentially next week, if the Bengals and and Ravens meet for the third time this year, even though the Bengals won the AFC North, that game's going to be decided by a coin flip because of what happened last week once again. And the DeMar Hamlin injury, and hopefully he's once again doing better, doing well. And bigger than football for sure. But like I said too, it's getting to the point in time, it's like, all right, we need to move past this, which we will once the season's over with, and then it's on next year for everybody. That talk will simmer in due time. Hopefully he's doing well though. That's just the big story. They'll go from one big story to the next, just like they always do in the news. Because once it's, not good to talk about it anymore, they got to figure something else out. In the NFC, it's, as the NFC once again, it's Kansas City, Buffalo, along with Cincinnati and Jacksonville. You got the Ravens, Chargers, and Dolphins as well as wild cards. We'll see official seedings and official matchups later, along with kick times and when the games are going to be played next weekend as well. Same goes for the NFC. Philly, San Fran, Minnesota, and Tampa Bay. But the Cowboys, along with the Giants, and one of the 3 teams, the Seahawks, Packers, or Lions, vying for that 7 seed. So, Lions-Packers is game 272 Sunday Night Football tonight from the frozen tundra Lambeau Field. However, yesterday in the National Football League, the Chiefs once again beat the Raiders 31-13. Jaguars winning the AFC South 20-16 over the Titans, who lost 7 straight. Talk about a collapse. Had a couple one-score games today. No tie with the Texans and Colts. But Houston does win it 32-31. Remember, they tied week 1 at 20. Whenever Pittsburgh and Cincinnati very well could have tied at 20 as well, but then the Steelers beat the Bengals in OT 23-20. Split once again with the whole entire AFC North. But it's the one-score losses against the AFC East, getting swept by that division, along with 2 home losses in the North as well, is what's keeping them out of the playoffs, along with a missed jet field goal in the game today earlier. Because then that Dolphin field goal to go up 9-6 would have been to tie it at 9. And then the Dolphins actually get a safety at the end of the game. They win at 11-6. With the fucking Marlins playing the Mets. So that was yesterday. Chiefs and Jaguars winners. Still to come, Sunday Night Football, Lions, Packers. But earlier today, the Falcons beat the Bucks 30-17. Vikings beat the Bears 29-13. Bengals beat the Ravens 27-16. Texans, as mentioned, beat the Colts 32-31. Panthers 10-7 win against the Saints. And then the 3 other games that we were watching, keeping a close eye on. Because the Steelers won, along with the Bills and Jets winning, Pittsburgh would be in the playoffs. Well, the Steelers beat the Browns 28-14. However, even with the Bills beating the Patriots 35-23, the Jets did not beat the Dolphins as Miami beats New York. Officially 11-6 your final score. So, the Pittsburgh season's over, and they're on to 2023. So, first round pick in between, I think, 15 and 20. 22 potentially. We'll see what they do in free agency beforehand. Right now, in the meantime, though, let me update these scores. Chargers, Broncos tied at 7. Washington leads Dallas 7-0 as well. Seattle up 6-3 on the Rams. Cardinals down 7-6 with the Niners. And the Eagles, as mentioned, leading the Giants 10-0. Playoffs begin next week. Super Wildcard round. 2 games Saturday, 3 games Sunday, 1 game next Monday night. And I'll have live watch-along reactions over on YouTube, so you should tune back in. And thank you for tuning in today and all season long. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. But now for looking ahead to the Steelers. As we'll, try to keep this, short and sweet. I know I'll probably continue to talk, and we'll end it when we end it. However long the video is however long the live stream is. So, just once again, thanks for tuning in and watching, listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Scroll down and check out Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. The red subscribe button, notification bell next to it, library on YouTube. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always great, appreciate it. Let me know in the comments below what you think the Steelers should do this upcoming offseason as well. As Mike Tomlin's not going anywhere. We could see a couple coordinator changes from Matt Cannon to Terrell Austin, potentially. Remember, Brian Flores is still on staff as a linebackers coach and a senior associate to the head coach. The standard is still a standard, okay? Kenny Pickett's the starting quarterback, but you got to have an offensive line in front of him to block. So like I said, with the line, I feel pretty safe saying right now Like I said, though, unless there's somebody bigger and better at that position that, they just can't pass up, whether that's in a signing or draft-wise. As Pittsburgh's known to draft and then, build through the draft and bring guys up that way rather than signing them away from wherever. As with some of the signings they've signed recently, it feels like they signed them because they wanted to draft them in years past, but they didn't have the chance to because they were already picked. But that's neither here nor there. But they need to have a good offensive line, which late in the year they cracked down, as mentioned on that, able to block because they're able to run the football. So I'd feel pretty safe sticking with the line that they have right now. But if there's somebody that leaves on their own, for that matter, which has happened in the past, and it's going to continue to happen, it's just the name of the game. Money talks, the salary cap's going to grow, all that jazz. Unless there's somebody bigger and better. I'm not saying bigger because of an offensive lineman, let alone on D-line either. But just, they feel is an upgrade. Would probably be the right word. At that spot, to just, the name of the game's to be better, to win, because that's all anybody ever remembers, okay? So how are they going to do that this offseason? Well, first off, you'll have the season wrap up. You'll have the combine, you'll have free agency, and you'll have the draft. That's all going to be from now until late April. As the playoffs begin next week, Super Bowl 57, February the 12th. The combine's going to be late February, early March. Free agency is mid-March, and then the draft's at the end of April. And that draft process, is always a big discussion on, well, what about this player? What about that player? What about this player to this team? What about that player to that team? Blah, blah, blah. It's all talk. It's all it is. These teams are going to know, at times who they want, let alone need, but then getting that very player is all just going to depend on what happens, elsewhere. With contracts and trades and just transactions in general. But I feel like the offensive line's pretty good. If they can bolster it, even more, even better. Make it as good as it can get. Because they have two good running backs in Najee Harris and Jalen Warren. So, rock the bulldozer, if you will. We could probably do a parody of Rock the Cashball with Rock the Bulldozer and Najee and Jalen Warren. What a steal. Undrafted rookie free agent once again out of Oklahoma State. And made the team out of camp. With how he played in the preseason. And the number 2 back behind Najee Harris. And at times was better than Najee. And deserved more playing time than he got it. And then it was a 1-2 punch. So yeah. Starts up front, got to be able to block to run, got to be able to block, protect, but you also got to be able to get after the opposing quarterback. So we'll get to the defensive side of the ball here in a minute. Along with special teams, there's been some talk that they might move on from Boswell. Matthew Wright played well, but Boswell's still one of the best kickers in the league. I don't know why you'd want to get rid of him. Even after extending him, recently, and then, unless they'd want to get rid of that contract one way or another, they'd have to eat some of it, I think. But I don't get why you'd want to move on from Boswell. But same point in time, they moved on from Jeff Reed. Sean Sweezum got hurt. There might have been somebody else, but, it's been the Wizard of Oz down the Yellow Brick Road at kicker for the Pittsburgh Steelers for quite some time. So there's that. Presley Harvin they drafted, so he's going to be the punter. Really didn't see a bunch of him today in his blue suede shoes, which is a good sign, a good thing. You don't want to be punting. But there's always, room for upgrade if they think at any position for that matter. This player is better than who they have. They're going to pull the trigger on it. We've seen it happen time and time again. Especially with age. Put you out to pasture. There's always somebody next in line. But the offensive line, I keep it the way it is. But if they can make it better, so be it. Do what they got to do. They've got two good running backs, Najee Harris and Jalen Warren. I'd like a number 3 back as well. If it, not necessarily got brought up, but just it depends on the situation with that, because they, like I said, they like Benny Snell. They do. And they like Anthony McFarland as well. And then remember, they signed Jeremy McNichols. Who knows if he'll be around next year, but there's him as well. Derek Watt at fullback, but they're pretty set at tailback. They are. And they're set at quarterback with Kenny Pickett. Unless he would get hurt. Knock on wood, hopefully he doesn't. Or, rookie year was good, and then years to come, he, goes downhill, and then they got to make a quarterback, change then. Which, hopefully they don't have to. That's neither here nor there right now. That's way down the line, and hopefully we don't have to talk about it. Unless we absolutely have to, which we had to this past year because Ben retired. But you always want to have a good backup if something does happen. Okay? And, yeah, there's names floating around for, Matt Canada was, fired, let go, at the earliest now tomorrow or sometime this week or in the next couple weeks. Just before, honestly, off-season rolls around within the next month, just so they have an idea on what they're going to do and free agency and the draft and all that. Yeah, there's names of, former head coaches, let alone up-and-coming assistant coaches, that could take over that spot. I'm not going to get into names by any means, but that's going to be interesting to see what they do there, I think, for sure. But regardless, Kenny Pickett's going to be the starting quarterback, okay? But once again, you'd always like to have a damn good backup if something would happen. Like I said a little bit ago, Devin Bush for sure is going to be going at linebacker because he just hasn't played with the part. I mean, he was good up until he got hurt 2 years ago and blew his knee out. But since then, other than a couple plays here and there, what the fuck's he done? Nothing, exactly. So end of conversation on that. He's out the door for one. They brought Mason Rudolph back this year. 1-year deal for $5 million. He knows the system. They might bring him back again if they'd let Trubisky go after 1 year. Because remember, when they signed Trubisky, they didn't draft Kenny Pickett yet. But then Pickett fell to him at 20, and they find their guy for the time being. Okay. Like I said, in 12 starts, 7-5, but really 7-4, because I'm not going to count that first Raven game because he barely played because he got hurt, and then he missed the following week. So that it ties into backup quarterback because Trubisky as the starter this year. Okay, won week 1, but then lost 3 straight. Did come in at times, when needed. The Buccaneer game, remember, came back and won them that. The Raven game, the turnovers were costly. They beat the Panthers because they were able to run the ball and control the clock. But he gets credit for that win, too. So, yeah, a couple wins, 2, maybe 3, give or take, however you want to put it, with, starting, coming at halftime, later in the game, so on and so forth. Pickett's the starter. I mean, truly, if there's somebody out there better than both Trubisky and Rudolph, whether that's drafting or, signing somebody, somebody now like a journeyman quarterback, to come in and take over that number 2 spot, and then learn the system, but just has knowledge. He's, been around, can play if needed. Not going to get any names in that regard either right now, but I think potentially they could go, that route. Because if I'm Mason Rudolph, I'm wanting out for sure. But they could bring him back just for the hell of it. But I mean, yeah, he could start somewhere potentially, not all season long, let alone be a good starter at that. Because we've seen what he's been here in Pittsburgh. That's run its course for sure, and that's come and gone a time or two, and yet he's still around. So Devin Bush is one for sure. I think is going to be gone along with Mason Rudolph. But if Trubisky's gone, maybe they keep Rudolph. But maybe they get rid of both of them, and like I said, they bring in somebody else to back up Pickett. But now to the receivers, even the tight ends. Pat Freiermuth's your number 1 for sure there. A couple games down the stretch here late, though. Nothing his way. Hurt late. Hopefully he's okay. But now for everybody, now that they're, out of it, it's time to get healthy and move on to next year. At receiver, because Pat Freiermuth at times is the number 1 receiver. He is. And at times he's the number 3 overall receiver behind the 2 number 1 and 2, 18 and 14, Deontay Johnson and George Pickens at the wide receiver spot, okay? But they need a number 3 behind those 2. They obviously think they have it, and either... Stephen Sims has played well. He's sort of the new Ray McLeod. He is. The 82 is just, Antoine. But, Anthony Miller to Calvin Austin. But they've been hurt all year, okay? But at the same point in time, too, the Steelers, they've been able to, find receivers. And, drop them in the offense and just work. And it's what execution's key. And at times, yeah, the fit's not right. They've had that experiment, holding players hostage, just like Cleveland had Jadeveon Clowney have that recently as well, I might add, who did not play today. Pittsburgh doesn't need an edge rusher by any means, but, why not want an upgrade? Especially over Malik Reed, who they traded for from Denver this past year, right before the season started. And he's been hurt recently, but even when he was in, he wasn't doing much. Because defensively at the end, you're going to have T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith. Cam Hayward's in the middle. DeMarvin Leal's somebody, along with Larry Ogunjobi, who, yeah, they're both getting up there in age, but yeah, Leal's, somebody rookie out of A&M. They like a lot too, it seems like, and if he can stay healthy, he'll be in a good position. Because Wormley and Alua are getting up there. They're reliable for sure. 94 over 95 more times than not, but they need to fill the middle of the defense is what they need to fill. They need a linebacker. Because Devin Bush is going to be gone. Miles Jack, it feels like he was one along with Minka, along with, who's the other one I'm thinking of? Had to have been somebody on offense, I think. Maybe not. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Of course, you hear noise in the background, just some dogs barking, but that they wanted to draft, but then they didn't have the chance to because they were already picked, and then, they sign them or trade for them. So, yeah, receiver, they need a number 3 receiver. They do. Because, like I said, they're not as deep at that position as they, have been in the past. And they battled injuries this year. at times. T.J. Watt returned. He was the big one. Cam Hayward, I might add, before I forget, is up for Walter Payton Man of the Year. Hopefully he wins that, but congrats to whoever does, in fact, win it Super Bowl weekend. We'll see if any Steelers are going to be enshrined in Kent, I might add, as well, in the Hall of Fame this upcoming summer. They're going to keep Spillane around for sure, man. He's one tough son of a bitch at linebacker. He's somebody, he's had his ups and downs, but he's stepped up at the most desperation of time, need, however you want to put it, just that. And they like Mark Robinson, I might add, too, so they might already have that spot filled potentially. I mean, depth is also a good thing to have, though, too, I might add. So, yeah, before we get in the defense here, just real quick, they need a number 3 receiver, I think, maybe a number 4 if they think they already have it, let alone 5 or 6. Tight ends are, good with Freiermuth and Cam's little brother and Connor Hayward. Zach Gentry's been around. He's been with them now, former quarterback, playing tight end in the league. Good blocker. I mean, he's sort of Matt Spaeth. But I think they're good 1-2 at tight end. Want to be, wrong or, bad to get another one though, for any means necessary there. But like I said a little bit ago too, it's in the return game. Kickoff and punt returns. Okay, they took a waiver on Gunner. I doubt he'll be back, to be honest with you, because he sort of lost his job to Steven Sims, and now he's injured. But there's ways to still move on, even with that. So it might be Steven Sims. Like I said, he's sort of rearing the cloud for them now. But okay, that's that. What else? Defensively, just talk special teams a little bit. I don't know why you'd want to move on from Boswell, but they might. Hopefully they don't. He's one of the best kickers in the league. Because then if you move on, beforehand, okay, it might work out in your favor, but it might not, because then it's like, well, then you're going to have a problem. It's like, well, why the hell did you even get rid of this guy? But no, defensively, for all we know, Cam Hayward could retire. He's up there in age. Hopefully he doesn't. But he'll be in the middle, up front on the D-line. T.J. Watt coming off the edge. Highsmith off the other edge. Because he's good. He is. And he's had a lot of shit, said about him. But he's played through it. Ogunjobi, I don't know the contract situation, but I'd be bringing his ass back for sure. Because then you can still work into Marvin Leal. Or if they think Leal was good for a starting job, maybe put him at that spot. Because at times they'll run a 3-4 and at times they'll run a 4-3. So then they have the versatility with some guys, who can play both spots. But you're going to have Cam Hayward in the middle. You're going to have Ogunjobi by his side. And you're going to have the Marvin Leal behind. But then coming off the edge, you're going to have T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith. Miles Jack's a tackling machine. He is. Back from injury today. He only had 4 total tackles. But you look at his stats all season long. He's somebody I'd be keeping at linebacker along with Robert Spillane. Get rid of Devin Bush. But at the same point in time, just sort of with the Terrell Edmonds situation from last year, they brought him back on a 1-year deal because they didn't, see fit on signing or drafting anybody at safety. it'll, ruffle some feathers, cause a stir or two, but maybe they bring back Devin Bush for the hell of it. Maybe he, plays through all the negativity and gets back to playing the way he was before injury, because that's the thing. You don't want to let him go, and then he has that success that he had beforehand elsewhere, because you could be having it here. But then at the same point in time, when there's also somebody else out there better than he is, why not upgrade? Minka actually led the team in total tackles today with 10, I might add. And they had 7 sacks, as I mentioned. Half a sack to TJ, 1 full to Obi-Wan Kenobi, 1 full to Edmonds, I might add as well. And then 2 to Hayward and 2.5 to Highsmith. But yeah, defensively, it's Cam Hayward, 99, DeMarvin Leal's right there as well. TJ Watt, Alex Highsmith. I'm keeping Miles Jack at backer. I'm keeping Robert Spillane at backer. They like Mark Robinson. That might be a steal as well. Because that's the thing, too. Remember, Brian Flores is on staff. They move away from Matt Canada, the offense coordinator spot, bring in somebody else to take his position. If they move on from Terrell Austin at DC, I'd watch out for Flores to get elevated, promoted to the defense coordinator at that point. So we'll see what happens there. You'll have 53 on the roster, and 53 you believe in, plus your practice squad. And like I said, they've signed away some guys off of other practice squads recently. Made some moves that they normally wouldn't once again. So the back end looks good. It does if it stays the way it is, because Arthur Millette and James Pierre play damn good ball. I'd move on from Edmonds at this point. I would. Minka's going to be around, that much, because both him and TJ Watt recently have extended long term, along with Deontay Johnson. The next to do just that, probably maybe up front on the line, but probably Najee. Even though he's only going to be going into his 3rd year, they still got a couple years to, wiggle that. Same thing with Pickett, And I can understand the business side of it. Hines was only paying how much for the stadium rights? Acrisure is paying way more. And, salary cap and all that. You need money to pay players. And revenue here, revenue there. They're an NFL franchise. They have the money to begin with, but then that extra money helps. It's still Heinz Field, though, okay? Still Heinz Field. So they went at home at Heinz Field or Acrisure Stadium this year, I might add as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1, 2, 3, and 4. They went 4-4 at home, because that extra game was on the road this year. Last year, Seattle at home on Sunday night. They went to Philly this year for that extra add-in game for the 17th game in the 18-week season, because they played the AFC East and the NFC South. Got swept, and then did the sweeping, respectively, in both of those divisions. The furthest south they went was Miami. Furthest west was Indy. Furthest north was Buffalo, and the furthest east was Philly. So they were the least traveled team in the NFL this year. Finished at 9-8, missed out on the playoffs. So, but back to coulda, woulda, shoulda. But we're just looking ahead next year. Yeah, the defense is pretty solid. They're pretty solid all around. They are. So we'll see how many moves they make. But I'm looking at linebacker for sure. I'm looking at up front on the lines, but I'm looking at a weapon or two potentially for Kenny Pickett to get the ball to. Because the secondary on the defense with Minka, Cam Sutton, DeMonte KZ, man, had a tremendous preseason, was on IR half the year, came back, couple big picks, including one today. I'd be keeping him around for sure. Remember, they traded William Jackson's the other one, I think. Yeah. That they wanted to draft a couple years ago. Had to take Artie Burns in his spot because the Bengals took him. He bounced around from Cincy to Washington. They traded with the Skins, the football team in D.C. and Landover, Maryland, now the Washington Commanders, at the deadline this year. Get him, but he never played. Okay? So he'll be around. He's got years left, but they'll have him in the secondary, I might add, as well. So, yeah, it'll be defensively with the offense having Kenny Pickett, Najee, two good receivers, and George Pickens, Deontay Johnson, Pat Fryermuth, tight end. Get number 3 receiver, though, who they might already have. They might not. Maybe number 3 back. Offensive line's pretty damn good, but if you can make it better, okay. Defensively, though, Cam Hayward in the middle, T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith coming off the edge. They like the Marvin Leal at backer. It's Miles Jack along with Robert Spillane, but they really like Mark Robinson, it feels like, as well. But I'd go backer. And then defensively in the back end, in the secondary, you have Minka. You have Cam Sutton. Levi Wallace, they signed away from Buffalo. He played good this year at times, but Millette and Pierre are the ones that stand out the most, that, they make the most of it when they're in there. Witherspoon's been banged up, but remember, you had William Jackson, who they traded for from Washington. He should be around, and then DeMonte KZ. But just overall in free agency in the draft for Pittsburgh, yeah, I'd for sure be looking defense at linebacker, maybe even in the secondary, let alone up front. Probably in that order, 1, 2, 3. But I'm looking for a weapon for Kenny Pickett. Not in the first round, maybe the second and third. But it depends on who you sign, though, too. Okay? It's all about connections. It's all about who you know. So we'll see who else, recently they've wanted to draft that they might sign, or, just might sign in general away from whoever. Along with drafting. And then, having them grow and, build as they always do that way, but then grow as a Steeler and, have homegrown talent, rather than picking from here or there. But they'll be all right. They'll be blooming in no time as they, still secured a winning record and a winning season this year with everything that happened. Because at times it didn't look like that was going to be the case, and potentially they were going to, have a 10-plus loss season, potential top 10 pick, just, not going the right way, going downhill, from all the success they had. Well, 18 years under Roethlisberger, no losing seasons, and now 1 year without him, still no losing seasons. The standard is the standard, and I'll leave it at that. So, yeah, Pittsburgh will be just A-okay. They will be. And we'll see who's there and not there moving forward. But they win today 28-14, but don't make the playoffs, which sucks. But back to coulda, woulda, shoulda, and the one-score close losses. Just one-score games overall this year. Lost them early, found a way to win them late, but it's a long season, and now it's going to be a long off season. And, once again, from now until Super Bowl of the playoffs, then we'll have the combine, free agency, and the draft. Then the schedule's going to get released. Then they'll have OTAs, long dog days of summer. Then they'll get to camp. Then the preseason, and guess what? Next year is going to be here before you know it. And we'll see who they're, playing. As I'm sure the divisional matchups are set, or will be set after this weekend. As that's, of course, on a rotation. But then the adding games with records, and then they should get that extra game at home next year. Because they had it last year, one on the road this year, so, it's flip-flopping. They should get that home game next year, I think. They guarantee it won't be keeping the yellow end zones, because once, next season rolls around, Pitt also shares Heinz Field, Acrisure Stadium, with the Steelers. And, they have to change those, especially if they're at home on the same weekend. They can make the yellow a little bit darker and maybe get away with it. But maybe keep it the way it is, because I guess Pitt's new logo they've been rolling out the past couple years using the front-face panther. It's sort of the same yellow tint. I guess they could get away with it, but then the stencil, the Steelers, the Panthers, they'd probably consider that too much work. They only did it for the Raider game a couple weeks ago, of course, because they were celebrating 50 years of the Immaculate Reception and retiring Franco's number. And then, of course, he passed away, rest in peace, a few days prior. But they still retired his number. Went on the road last week, but on home game today, so they kept it, because, they're not going to have any events at the stadium until springtime and summertime then. But yeah, football season's over for myself now. Penn State won the Rose Bowl. Steelers win 4 straight, 9-8 record this year in 2022. No playoff appearance, so. But of course, I'll still be watching football. I'll watch the playoffs, live stream it, so be sure to tune back in. But of course, we'll shift focus to professional wrestling. Back to full time on that. That's from January to football season, and then still watch it, but it takes a back seat during football season a little bit. And football season rolls on, and then it's all over again. But yeah, I don't know where the hell football season went, but it's come and gone, and like I said, I got my 3 wins that I wanted. So there's that. Penn State's Rose Bowl champions, and the Steelers with a winning record, another winning season. So we'll see what the future holds. They took care of business today. They got some help, but not all. They got left hanging by the Finns. But, coulda, woulda, shoulda. They didn't take care of business when they needed to earlier this year, but late they did. And that's just how it went. So I'll leave it at that. But, like I said, we'll see what the future holds for the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll see who's on the roster and who's not. But, of course, a long season. Going to be a long off season, though, man. From now until late July, early mid-August into September. No Penn State, no Pittsburgh Steelers football. Other than, reliving the past, as we always do. Get by one way or another with other events. Hey, they end the season with a W rather than a loss. A loss today would have sucked, because then if, they would have got the help or not, it wouldn't have mattered. Losing season, season's over, not getting to the playoffs. But then if they would have won, made the playoffs, they're probably still losing the playoffs anyway. But, yeah, it is what it is at the end of the day. Plain and simple. So, yeah, Steelers beat the Browns 28-14. Just they beat the Bengals 23-20 in overtime week 1. They also beat the Buccaneers this season 20-18. Went over the Saints 20-10. Went on the road after Thanksgiving into early December. Beat the Colts 24-17 and the Falcons 19-16. Haven't lost in a month. But they also beat the Panthers 24-16. Beat the Raiders 13-10. As Christmas came early. Hopefully everyone had a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, as well as last Sunday night on New Year's, the Steelers beat the Ravens 16-13. And today they beat the Browns 28-14 to finish at 9-8, as they also, of course, got swept by the whole entire AFC East. Lost to the Patriots, lost to the Jets, lost to the Bills, and lost to the Dolphins. Got blown out by Buffalo, but a 3-point, a 4-point, a 6-point loss, and then a 7-point and a 2-point loss at home in division as well. 2 blowout losses at Buffalo and Philly. So close losses that hurt them. But yeah, they finished at 9-8, winning record, winning season. So that's something to be proud of and build towards next year with that again, as they still haven't had a losing season since 2003. That's pretty damn impressive. You know, that's all time stacked up in NFL history as well, with a few other franchises, I might add. You know, success isn't given, it's earned, and the standard is the standard. And the Steelers beat the Browns today 28-14, but just short of the playoffs this season. So they finished at 9-8, but in the meantime, as always, say thank you for tuning in and listening, watching Penn State, along with Pittsburgh Steelers football, live watch along reactions, live right here on YouTube this season. So in the meantime, that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96, live here on YouTube. And as always, be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And yeah, I'll see everybody I want to see you. Might be later on tonight, the second half, Sunday Night Football, with game 272, with the Lions and Packers. Be tomorrow night for the College Football Playoff National Championship game for sure, as well. But then in the days and weeks and months to come, be sure to tune back in live here on YouTube for college football, NFL, and professional wrestling live watch long reactions. So NFL playoffs begin next week. Unfortunately, the Steelers aren't going to be in it this year, but they win today 28-14 over the Browns and secure another winning record, another winning season to finish at 9-8 and end the season on a 4-game winning streak, I might add as well, finishing after a 2-6 start. Totally different team before and after the bye week. 2-6 to 6-2, make it 7-2. They've won 7 of 9 and finished at 9-8, but just came up short on making the playoffs. But hey, win's a win. Now you got to build off of it. Continue to build off all the success you've had throughout history. They'll be going into the 90th season of Pittsburgh Steelers football next year, from 1933 to 2023. So I'm sure they'll have a patch of some sorts for that. But yeah, that'll do it. So as always, once again, thanks for tuning in, and be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. And Pittsburgh, they beat everyone in the North. Cincinnati, Cleveland, and Baltimore all at least once this year. If they would have beat them maybe one or two of them twice, maybe they didn't need the help from the AFC East, even though they got swept by them for all we know. Who knows? But that's here nor there. Coulda, woulda, shoulda once again. And they're not in, but they're out of the playoffs. And actually, this is the first time the Steelers haven't been in the playoffs in... I'll look this up real quick now that I just thought about it. First time the Steelers have not been to the playoffs since 2019. As even in the past 2 years, when they did make the playoffs, they lost in the wild card round. they haven't won a playoff game since the 2016 season. And then they lost the AFC Championship game again to the Patriots. So the last time they didn't make the playoffs, or the next last time, I should say, they didn't make the playoffs. They didn't make the playoffs the following year either. That'd be for next year. So hopefully that doesn't happen. But the last time they didn't make the playoffs, they made the playoffs the following year, which was 2 years ago in 2020 when they won the division. Lost in wildcard round. Lost in wildcard round last year as well, I might add. But this year in 2022, they come up just short. Finish at 9-8, but it's still a winning record and a winning season for the black and gold. So just continue to build. Continue to build. The standard is the standard. And here we go, Steelers. Here we go. They beat the Browns today 28-14, but just come up short of making the playoffs. And just once again, thanks for tuning in and listening, watching all season long. But that'll do it for myself. Once again, your host, Encyclopedia Sports. Go ahead and Luke 96 live here on YouTube. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below.